moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hello, everybody. We are here with the finals for GRLCS Season 17 between the Wulfpack Mingos, the classic, you know them, you love them. They're from that one random one-shot tourney that we did some odd summers ago, but they are going to be going against their old longtime rivals, the Lampost, as well as their own jungler, Adam Suki, is going to be over on that team as well. So say hello, everybody. I'm Red Skull Dragon, alongside my co-casters here, What2Britty, and as well as Agent A2. Say hello, folks.
Howdy. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so the Wulfpack Mingos have been a mainstay in this tournament almost as long as Lampost have. I hesitate to call them like the classic rivals, even though I guess this is technically a rematch of the finals from last split. I feel like the Wulfpack Mingos have much more of a like canonical rivalry with Reign of Kings. But it'll be an interesting matchup for sure, especially with, like you said, Adam Suki defecting essentially over to Lampost to become this kind of, well, he was already kind of a superstar jungler on the Wulfpack Mingos, but he's had a lot of success on Lampost, as you can see from his presence here in the finals.
Yeah, both teams have worked hard all season to make it to the finals, and we are already getting the draft underway. Bans coming through between the Aatrox, the Ahri, the Morgana, TJ Sion not going to be allowed through, the Veigar, and the Akshan, all taken away by Lampost. The Volibear is the first pick, and we trundled in the Xayah in response.
Yeah, Volibear first pick for the Wulfpack Mingos. I think I've said it before on casts where Adam Suki's in there. I think he's great at Volibear. I almost got baited into saying, like, yeah, of course they picked that. But no, it's a denial from Adam Suki on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. Lulu Cod locked in.
Hello.
That's bold.
Interesting.
That's bold.
That is a bold pick as the immediate response into the Xayah. It feels like a very planned out draft response from the Mingos into the Xayah specifically. Now I wonder, what will Lamp match with this Xayah? They're thinking about the hook supports. And I don't think hook supports are bad into Lulu, but Lulu's kind of a good champion.
Yeah, at the same time, though, the Janna hover made me really concerned, because if you're playing Janna, that's a support that doesn't have any engage power. It's only disengage power, and Kog'Maw's fine with just, like, staying really, really far away and just autoing you to death with the power of Lulu behind him. I think that a hook support is something you really should consider on the side of Lampost, as they obviously have, locking in the Blitzcrank. And then Trundle in the jungle, try and cut off the Kog'Maw, and then you need some power to kind of get through the Lulu onto the Kog'Maw in your solo lanes here. Lilia's taken off the board by the Wulfpack Mingos, while Vayne and Shen, essentially two top lane bans when you're up against the Wulfpack Mingos.
Yeah, plenty of bans being taken away from TJ. The Akshan, the Sion, the Vayne, and the Shen all being forced away. And surprisingly, Mingos are still have opted to save this topside pick. We know Lamp historically, when on red side, likes to save that counter pick for Slappy up there in the top lane, trying to give him the most comfortable matchup possible. So I wonder, with all of these bans taken out of his pool, what are the Mingos going to opt for blind for TJ?
Yeah, it is something to worry about at the very least. TJ hasn't been at least on the stream for a little bit here. I'm not sure if he was there for the RLK game that was last week on I believe it was Uham's channel. But in any case, I mean, it is something you always have to worry about. We meme that he goes 0-17, but he also takes 9 towers on his way down. So
0-17. Honestly, not even that much of an exaggeration. But Orianna locked in for Lampost, so that's going to be their blind pick mid laner here. Wulfpack Mingos, the Ornn, I love it. It's been really good in NALCS playoffs. And then it's also just like long range engage and potential peel tools for Lulu Cog. That's just going to be the backbone of your team now. It's really hard to counter this as well, I think. I think Ornn is just a really nice, safe top laner to lock in here.
Yeah, the Freljordian brothers as this beefy front line for Kog'Maw and Lulu. This is shaping out to be what I would call a disgusting draft for the Mingos as we wait to the last possible second for the mid lane lock-in, and it's the Fizz.
I thought it was going to be the Yone lock-in, but the Fizz is going to be actually really interesting. Orianna matchup into Fizz. You just honestly have to watch out for the level 2 and level 3 and level 6 points for Fizz power spikes. Level 3 kind of hits depending if he goes W first or second. But in any case, still something to worry about. I mean, Fizz is a little bit of a lane bully, but I don't know how well he's going to be really fitting in with the Lulu Kog'Maw game plan.
I had to reset my headset batteries, and then they locked in Fizz, and I was like, let me talk about it. Let me talk.
Well, as the Fiora gets locked in, I think we can give you a little bit of space to talk about this phase, especially into the Orianna matchup, as I am not a mid lane player, but based on what I feel, it seems like Fizz wouldn't have the best time into Orianna.
Yeah, so obviously with the Fiora locked in, that's going to be a good answer to the Ornn. A lot of percent max health true damage. What can you do as Ornn? Unlucky. It's also something that Slappy has definitely popped off on for Lampost in playoffs here already. So I like the pick a lot. For Fizz, it's actually it depends on how familiar he is with Fizz. There's actually a lot of opportunity for Fizz to just kind of run in and beat on Orianna a lot. Orianna is constantly having to move the ball around, and if Fizz just kind of like hops over the first command attack and just starts like tridenting her down, the Orianna can potentially have a really rough time and could just die at like level 3 or something like that. It's hard, but you're right. Orianna does have a lot of power in this lane for the first 2 levels, and then if you're playing correctly, you just are able to auto space onto the Fizz. It's a pretty interesting matchup, honestly. I used to play a lot of Fizz mid lane. I don't play mid lane anymore. That lane's terrible. But I do think that the Orianna was a bit strange for me, because Orianna's damage it takes a long time for Orianna to scale up damage, and even then, like, you're playing Orianna into Lulu and your damage is not particularly high. It's respectable. You're a control mage, your damage is not low, but it's not like Victor damage. It's not like Syndra pressing R on you. And I feel like there's only one target that actually matters in this game on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. So I think that I would have preferred something that was a little bit more bursty, more single target oriented, as opposed to more utility like the Orianna. The Syndra was open, and Leroy really likes that pick. So I think that there is a good reason to pick Orianna, but I would have preferred the Syndra in this particular instance.
Yeah, no, I agree. Go ahead.
The Orianna has that zone control, like you were talking about, that not terrain manipulation, but can take advantage of, like, Trundle popping someone up with the pillar. If you get the ball in the right place, you can start chucking Kog'Maw towards your team, as opposed to just trying to one-shot him. Because I think the Lamp draft has enough damage with the Fiora, the Trundle, and the Xayah. I don't think they're really looking for more damage out of their mid laner. The Victor was open and the Syndra was open, like you were talking about, and if they felt like they were really pressured to output more damage, I think those options were available to them. But I do like the Orianna here, just as like you were talking about, the zone control, the ability to say, hey, Kog'Maw steps out of position, we're pulling him towards us, Lulu's going to be too far away to do anything, or maybe we burst the Lulu out as well.
Yeah, the Fizz definitely is a bit, like, I think if you swap these two mid laners, it makes a lot more sense for both of these teams, even though I'm not sure I like the Fizz at all. But the Orianna on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos, had they gotten it, that and they didn't really have an opportunity to pick it up, obviously. But if that was something that on the Mingos side, this would just been like super power Kog'Maw with Shockwave on top of him, if anyone ever gets to be on top of him, and I think that would have been insane. Without the possibility of having an Orianna, I think there's a lot of mages you could have picked for the Wulfpack Mingos rather than an assassin to just accentuate the power of your Kog'Maw to win the fight. You've already got 2 huge frontliners, Volibear and Ornn, and I think like 2 frontline, 3 backline, and especially something that can empower your Kog'Maw a little bit more, or just like PO for him or something like that, would make so much more sense. The Fizz is just kind of a big question mark to me.
Yeah, no, I'm also inclined to agree. I mean, like, honestly, I feel like they could have, if Sleepy Giant or Sleeping Giant wanted to take a little bit nap for the game, he could have just gone Seraphine in mid lane. It would have worked really well for the Kog'Maw Lulu game plan, and it works really well that if you need another form of engage that Fizz kind of does with his ulti, you just use Seraphine ulti as its replacement. You have forms of shielding. You have still some decent damage if you do decide to go for the Liandry's Torment. Just a lot of options. I'm not sure how Fizz is going to fit in, especially when you're like, if you're playing an assassin, you're really looking for some high priority targets to really focus down and get out of the fight immediately. Xayah has a way of immediately just stopping that. Orianna could build a stopwatch. Fiora counters that with the parry. Blitzcrank, well, that's a tank, and then Trundle, is another tank. So you don't really have that many great options. Yeah, you can use your ulti in order to like really just burn Xayah's form of escape, and then you guys chain CC her down later. But still, I'm not too big on the Fizz plan here.
Yeah, I wonder if the Fizz was even planned, because we did see the draft tick down to what was quite literally the last second before that Fizz was locked in that last pick. So I wonder if it was a bit of a panic pick, just like, oh, we can't think of what fits in this draft. What's a comfort pick for XI? Fizz, let's just grab that, because you're playing an assassin into Orianna Xayah. The later the game goes, the worse it's going to feel for you, as, like you were talking about, Xayah has that instant disengage button. Orianna not only can build the Zhonya's, but also her E just increases your armor and MR, and also provides a shield, and the W slows you down and speeds your target up. It ends up feeling a lot worse the more time this Fizz is going to spend into this game. So either he's going to do some really funky Fizz build, like Grasp and trying to build tank items, or I don't expect that we'll be seeing this Fizz again over these drafts.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with XSI's mid lane champion pool, but another thing, like you mentioned the Seraphine, I think something like, the Bjergsen special, the Zillion, would have been insane here.
Oh, Zillion would have been nuts.
Like, not only giving your second life to anybody who needs it, but like move speed for the Kog'Maw who's already got a ton of move speed, and move speed for Volibear to just run in and slap somebody, and then, follow up with Ornn. Ornn doesn't really need the movement speed as much because he's engaging from like 2 screens away or whatever. But, Zillion, oh my gosh, I hate that champion, man. It's too broken. It's so hard to play against, honestly. Just for a lot of teams just struggle against it. And I think it would have been really insane here.
Yeah, I think people struggle against Zillion for good reason. It's very good at disengage, and also, as we've seen on support players, like Hilla saying, not too terrible at engaging either.
So for game number, the first game we're streaming anyway, it is going to be Mingos here on the blue side with TJ Lanier in the top lane on Ornn, Sleeping Giant in the jungle on Volibear. In the mid lane, it's XSI on the Fizz, and with piloting Lulu Kog'Maw are Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochski.
Brady, you want to take the red side introductions?
Absolutely. On the red side, we have Lampost. In the top lane, we've got Slappy, or sometimes as he's known, Siappy. In the jungle, we've got Adam Suki onto the Trundle. We've got the Leroy in the mid lane, piloting out that Orianna. And then the bottom lane, rounding it out, we've got Zealot and Randy Newman on the Xayah and Blitzcrank, respectively.
Nothing all that unusual here out of the starting items. Chandler Clark with the Doran's Blade for the Kog'Maw. We've been seeing a lot of AD carries move away from starting Doran's Blade, moving in towards Longsword, just because the benefits of Doran's Blade are not as impactful as they would have liked, and you just get to accelerate yourself towards your mythic item. I'm also curious as to what Chandler Clark opts to go for as a mythic. You expect something like On Hit with Kraken Slayer, but you could also see the argument for either of the two other AD carry mythic items, or even potential Crown of the Shattered Queen that we've been seeing a lot of marksmen that have AP ratios opting for, like Kai'Sa, for example.
First hook, gonna go a little wide. I like what Randy Newman was looking for, as this is probably gonna be the weakest point in the game for this Lulu Kog'Maw. It is really only gonna get worse for you from here.
I think the weirdest thing about Lampost's comp at the moment for me is who's gonna deal with the tanks. Like Sleepy Giant and TJ Lanier who's really going to be stopping them? You have Zealot who started off with the longsword, so I'm really thinking this is going to be like the lethality build for Xayah, which I honestly am not a fan of for this game specifically. Like, yeah, you can one-shot the Chandler Clark, but can you do anything about Sleeping Giant just 1v9ing your team with his W?
We can't also forget that Ornn is the Assassin Mage, Death Knight, Bruiser, Tank Shredder. So dealing with him while also having him use the Beldal's Breath on your face can be difficult. We have seen the lethality Xayahs in the past, or at least I have seen them go, as opposed to like the Servilda's Grudge, and they're matching the Eclipse alongside the Lord Dominic's Regard just for that Giant Slayer passive. So if Zealot does opt for the full lethality build, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that come out.
Yeah, Hail of Blades is rather interesting because I don't think that's the standard for either the crit or the lethality build. Nice hook here on the
coming through, Randy Newman, but we got a gang in the mid lane as well. Sleeping Giant, the lightning is going to come down. Leroy slowed up, he's flashing away, but XI has the hop, skipping a jump. First blood goes to XI. Adamsuki going to try and get revenge for his mid laner, getting the pressing tag down to the Sleeping Giant, but a nice flash away means that he's going to survive. Nicely executed gank by the Mingos.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, Chandler Clark didn't actually have to burn his flash in that bot lane off of that hook, so must have maneuvered it pretty well for him and Gabe Kochki getting the shield as well as the Guardian up. Ironically enough, you think of Lulu Kog'Maw as being a very strong scaling bot lane, and they are, but Kog'Maw's damage is really strong at all points in the game, so as long as he's not getting CC'd, this can be a lane bully lane for the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. Obviously, they're pushed under their tower off of a good hook here.
XI, nice little engage in the mid lane, but he does have the Playful Trickster, so I don't think he's even feeling the threat at the moment. Just gonna walk away from the pillar.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a chiller lane, and I was expecting, we were talked about that, the Fizz level 3 did get the kill over against Leroy. Adamsuki did try to, prevent that sort of thinking.
Ooh, Slappy, you gotta be careful, the bomb attack! Ornn bug Slappy down. I honestly didn't even expect that to kill. Nicely played by TJ in this early laning phase.
Yeah, was that grass proc? It must have been, because that auto did do a ton more damage than any of us were expecting here. Yeah, Slappy just getting slapped in his matchup. He picked this Fiora as his last pick, so not the best sign for Lampost in what I consider they're probably getting outscaled in this game.
Yeah, I would say they're absolutely getting outscaled. Randy Newman wants to find the hook here. Gabe Kochki does have level 4, though. I don't think Mingos are against taking this. Polymorph is down. Randy Newman taking a lot of damage. Zealot's trying to trade back. A nice blade call back. And the heal gets burned away from Chandler Clark. So right now, just one summoner for 0. I'm not going to extend the trade anymore as Chandler Clark is stacking up the lethal tempo. But they do get the heal out in trade for nothing. So I think they're going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah. It is gonna not really speak too much for what's happening in this lane phase. Chandler Clark just kind of getting a little bit zoned out from some of the CS, not be able to see CS as freely thanks to Randy Newman. Just really good positioning, even though they have that ward in that bush. There's not really much you can really do to stop him from getting hooked. So he did a lot of damage whenever he did do that hook to maybe stop him doing any further ones. But you have to note that the CS difference is already at 10 CS. That's quite a bit of gold that you guys are already missing out on.
Here we go. It's a 3v3.
On the bottom side, Adamsuki trading into Sleeping Giant. Zealot is here to back up. Now the rest of the Mingos have come through. Sleeping Giant on 1 HP. Zealot's going to finally land that auto attack, pick up the kill for himself. Randy Newman forced to flash away. XI has the first rotate. There's the Playful Trickster. Adamsuki's in onto Chandler Clark, though. He gets exhausted. The autos are coming down. The lethal tempo is stacked. Chandler Clark picks up that one, but is immediately traded back. Zealot has to flash away. XI flashes over the wall to skewer through Randy Newman, picks that one up for himself. Playful Trickster's in. The Ignite is down. There's the Electrocute. He's going to burst him out. That's XI getting a double kill, and this phase is now 3-0. It's a fight in the top side as well. TJ is going to pop the Call of the Forge God and completely whip it. Now the grand challenge is down. Slappy might have found his opportunity. Flash is traded. No kill comes through. TJ just doing a little BM as he knows he hard whiffed the Call of the Forge God there.
Yeah, did he just like not land the second R onto the ram or
what?
He
might get the kill anyway. There's a grasp auto. TJ doesn't have flash, but I don't think he has the opportunity to follow up. Bella's Breath is just out of range. Ooh, yeah, he called the R, and then he reactivated it a wee bit early. I think he may have been trying to bait out Slappy's parry, but just did it a little too early.
It was a Call of Forge God into his charge, his E charge, into his ult charge, which I was thinking he was using his E to get closer to the ram, so then he could hit it faster over in a Slappy. But yeah, just mistiming it. Did manage to get the parry off, or baited out the parry first with that dash, but still wasn't able to get that second follow-up charge onto him. So that was just unfortunate series of events.
Yeah, surprisingly
Really
enough, Ornn
unfortunate
is
for really unfortunate for the Wulfpack Mingos bot lane. Their jungler was coming down to gank them, but he got collapsed on. So Sleeping Giant ends up going down before that fight in the bottom lane even really starts. As a result of that, and XSI though with a good roam kind of made up for it, but it's costing the bot lane in terms of CS. You see Zealot up about 15 right now, and he's got the wave in a really nice spot. The threat of hooks is really strong right now, but that one will go wide.
Yeah, I just want to point out while we have a chance to breathe, Zealot has the Noon Quiver in inventory, but he's also holding on to the tier. Is this some kind of hybrid Xayah that we haven't seen before?
It looks to be that way, and I'm not a fan of it. I think you should commit one way or the other. I honestly, like, I'm not a big fan of the lethality build, but I wouldn't hate seeing it in this particular game.
Oh, Randy wants to find the hook, but Gabe Kochki has triggered 6, gets the Wild Growth onto himself. Randy Newman is going to go down. That is such unlucky timing for Randy Newman. Didn't have his Ignite, and Gabe Kochki ding 6 at the perfect time to survive that engage.
Yeah, and I really am loving the way Gabe Kochki has been playing this lane. That's twice now that we've seen him do this, so I know it's not just like a fluke or anything like that.
Ooh, that was the shockwave. Leroy caught 2. XI is taking a lot of damage. Adamsuki gonna pick up the shutdown for himself. There's the Stormbringer, dodged away by Zealot. Leroy gets the last hit on that one, and now Lampost has turned this new dragon fight around for themselves and is gonna get this early Cloud Dragon.
Alright, well, I was gonna say something good about Wulfpack Mingos, and then they kind of botched that fight. You see, Fizz just doesn't do anything to tanks, ever. As most assassins do, but as a 3-0 Fizz, you would hope, or as a 3-0 assassin, generally speaking, you would hope you'd be able to kill something like a Trundle, but that is not the case here. He kind of just goes down without even really contributing to the fight. Leroy got a nice shockwave over the wall, which kind of disrupted any follow-up from his team to try and cover him on that play, and it rewards Lamp with the first dragon of the game.
Oh, XI is using the Chum to Waters, just getting some damage into the Leroy. But while we have a chance to breathe, I also want to point out TJ's item choice in this game so far. Really liking what he's going for.
He gets a little bit of armor, and a little bit of armor, and a little bit of armor going into a little bit more armor boots. So yeah, really solid play. I mean, honestly, it's not bad. Looks like Zealot's. Oh wow. Okay, that was actually that was the least thing I was gonna expect, because I wanted to look at some of the AD champions that we don't have to worry about. But Zealot's actually opting in for the Immortal Shield bow, so he's really playing against not getting one shot against XSI is what the game plan is, and hoping that he just does enough damage afterwards. But all this armor that TJ Linear is stacking up here is going to be pretty useful. I mean, Trundle, Slappy, Zealot, all just going to do a ton of damage. He's making sure he doesn't feel it, at least early on. And, I mean, it's pretty doubtful that Leroy aims to try to go for a top lane roam at the moment. So, stacking all this armor is going to be helpful in lane phase.
Ooh, nice parry from Slappy. There's the Grand Challenge call. The Forge Red is coming out as well. Slappy doesn't have the parry again, but TJ's out of mana, so he's not going to opt to follow up. Just use that ulti for disengage.
I have to say, I really think that this Immortal Shield bow opt for Zealot is a mistake. You're playing Xayah. The main threat on you is going to be Fizz, right?
Oh, nice pillar from Adamsuki. There's the shockwave onto XSI. He's got the troll pole over the wall, though. Gonna take himself out. Adamsuki forces his flash. The subjugate is down, but I think with the corrupting potion 6, there's no chance of him dying. So just trade a flash for flash.
Yeah, that was an interesting flash forward from Adamsuki. I don't think that I don't think that even if you flash Q slow him, you're gonna kill that Fizz. Since Leroy had already invested his shockwave. But you trade your flash for the Fizz flash, that's probably good enough. With regard to the shield bow, I think it's a mistake because the main threat on you is going to be the Fizz. and you have your ultimate to dodge his ultimate, which is a large portion of his
Sleeping
damage.
Giant has found the Leroy. He's got the Stormbringer. He's waiting to pop it. Exercise a little too low to get into this fight. There's the Chum of the Waters. There's a fight in the bottom side as well. Chandler Clark forced to flash away and burn his heal to keep himself alive. The Night King down. Fight in the top side as well. TJ wants the knockup, but a nice dodge away by Slappy. Bottom side fight is continuing. There's a Stormbreaker. Nice dodge away by Zealot again. Second time in this game, and he's done it. Randy knew he was going to survive. Leroy picks up the last hit. Now Chandler Clark forced to run away. The Pillar is not going to catch Chandler Clark in time. TJ trying to get the damage onto Slappy, but he's got the Q reset, so I think he's going to be just fine. No Call to Forge got just yet a nice parry under the tower. There's the grand challenge. The cooldown's a little bit lower. Second tower shot comes through. TJ gets picked up in the solo kill top side.
I don't know what TJ is thinking when you go for that, like that last E. Like, obviously he's gonna riposte that one. Obviously you're gonna be under tower, and then you lose because you're out of CC and abilities, and you died. Oh, unlucky. Just don't do that. But yeah, really nice job from Slappy to win out on that one. You do trade flashes for a solo kill, and the bot lane, Chandler Clark had to flash heal away. Gabe Kochki had already invested his wild growth in that fight earlier. So, and you know, a lot of stuff happened just now. Sleeping Giant goes into the middle of 4 people, just instantly dies. Adam Suki is a fair, I would say he's a fair bit stronger. He's got Divine Sunderer, and Sleeping Giant doesn't have Mythic yet. It's tough to be the tank in this situation, especially when your only thing is to just like run in and press R and then die instantly.
I do.
Yeah, you're just really hoping to get the PTA off before you end up dying.
I do want to note that since Sleeping Giant has died a couple times here, he did decide to choose going for more tank instead of Divine Sunderer on the Volibear. I know Volibear is a pretty strong sort of jungler that does quite a bit of damage, but I think he realized his role is not necessarily going to be that damage dealer, that he should be more of a peeler, something that's going to really cause a lot of friction in these team fights, at least in the backline. So he recognizes that he's going to go with one of the Baby Cinder, more tank mythic items. So it's going to be interesting to see which one he really picks up here.
DJ taking the true damage proc. Slappy has the Conqueror stacked. These true damage procs are being fantastic in favor of Slappy.
Yeah, dude, those vitals are rigged, man. I was like, what is that?
Gross. Perfectly positioned for Slappy. A nice job to take advantage of them by Slappy. He has opted for the Divine Sunderer. So we were worried a little bit earlier during the draft about who's going to be taking out the tanks from the side of Lampost as XSI. Nice pillar usage from Adam Suki. Chum the Waters is going to come out. Leroy's going to sliver the HP, and Exercise is going to hop himself away. Man, having invulnerability on a 6-second cooldown sure does look like fun.
Yeah, I do think that the Chem Tank, the Chem Tank is going to be the standard up for Volibear in a lot of these games. You're not seeing Divine Sunderer Volibear near as often, and for good reason. I think that the Chem Tank is just a lot more powerful in allowing you to run in and step on somebody and stun them. Additionally, like you said, not really needed this game. Your damage is going to be perfectly fine with Lulu Kog'Maw and Fizz, and at least in terms compositionally.
Okay, Kochki's out of position without his 80 carry. Nice hook from Randy Newman. Donates the kill over to Zealot.
I don't know, man. I think Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki, they're getting pushed in, and as a result, their minion wave is smaller, which means there's fewer things to block Blitzcrank hooks. I think if they're able to control the minion wave a little bit better, they can definitely take 2v2s. Hold on a second.
Giant caught out of position. The Red Smite comes down, but Adam Suki does so much damage. The Stormbreaker is going to be used to escape. TJ might want the turnaround, though. Call of the Forge God is going to find Adam Suki. Nice shockwave to find Exercise, but he's got the Troll Pull out. Adam Suki gets one shot and deleted. Slappy is now here. Calls down the Grand Challenge onto Sleeping Giant. TJ trying to take up as much as possible. Randy Newman has the first rotate. A nice knock up onto Exercise, keeping him busy. Slappy's going to pick up Sleeping Giant. Exercise gets away with the Silver HP, but no! Taken out by the Leroy. There's the Blitzcrank ulti to make sure that TJ falls, and that's a big winning fight for Lampost.
What an insane overcommit by the Wulfpack Mingos. Adam Suki goes down. Great, good job. He subjugated super early when he was 1v1ing Sleeping Giant. By the time he was taking all the damage from the rest of the Wulfpack Mingos, all of his resistances had been reduced because of the subjugate wearing off. However, you know you're committing a lot. Everyone gets hit by all these abilities from the Leroy and Slappy and Randy Newman even making his presence known up there as well. Like, yeah, he doesn't have the resistance from Subjugate, but he's still Trundle. He's still like an inherently relatively tanky champion. They're spending so much time and resources trying to eventually kill him that they don't have any escape tools or damage left for the fight ensuing afterwards up against the Leroy, Slappy, and Randy Newman.
Nice parry by Slappy. The true damage procs again. These vitals coming in so clutch for the Fiora. TJ just has to walk away, barely getting out with his life. Flash is up in a couple of seconds, and XSI has rotated up, maybe looking for the potential play. XSI does have the Chum to Waters. He's waiting for it, but there's a fight on the bottom side as well. XSI taking lots of
damage. Slappy has Grand Challenge.
He's in the 2v1. Flash is forward for the Grand Challenge. Nice parry again. Slappy is not getting knocked up in this game. There's one kill from the Grand Challenge. TJ trying to get the trade back, but they heal him in the Grand Challenge. It's so much! Slappy in the 2 versus 1 gonna pick it up, and now there's a fight in the bottom side. Nice stun from Sleeping Giant. Doesn't have the Stormbringer just yet, so there's no dive available to him. Nice hook from Randy Newman. There's the Blade Caller under the tower. Chandler Clark is looking for the damage, but the Glacial Augment Slow is so huge. Chandler Clark escapes barely with his life. Nice disengage from Lampost, and with the 2v1 on the top side, that is a winning map right now for Lampost.
Yeah. Oh no, this is so bad.
Suki's here. Leroy has followed him up as well. Gonna pick up that kill. Flashes forward, get them chomp down onto Chandler Clark. It's a double kill for the Trundle. The Shockwave's gonna be flashed away from by Gabe Kochki. Zealot burning his heal just to make sure that Kog'Maw passive doesn't kill him. And wow, this map suddenly has blown up in favor of Lampost.
There's no way watching that happen top lane, there's literally zero chance XSI actually gets that kill. And now, then as a result of them overcommitting to that one, Slappy ends up winning a 2v1 up against TJ Lanier and XSI. It's just so bad. It's so unfortunate because now it's like you already lost the 2v1, and now that you've lost the 2v1, he has 600 more gold, and he's picked up a full hull breaker, and now you just lose, because, like, yeah, you can play Lulu Kog'Maw, but you're never going to be able to make use of your full comp without getting your base taken by Slappy.
Quick question, is Gale Force normal for, like, is there just, like, a new meta where it's, like, I don't need Kraken Slayer, because, like, I guess there's no weird things, but is Gale Force regular for Kog'Maw?
I see the argument for it. I think that there's a legitimate argument for it.
In this game in particular, the tanks from Lamppost are gonna have to put that on pause for a second. As Slappy has taken the Scuttle Crab away. XSI is forced to run away from this mid lane as Randy Newman has walked up on a nice hook. He's gonna make sure that kill goes over to Zealot. In the meantime, Slappy once again in the 2 versus 1. He's got the massive level lead over TJ. He just absolutely does not care right now. Hull Breaker is active. There's the Q reset. Slappy's gonna finally pick up that kill. Sleeping Giant is now in. Stormbreaker's over the wall, but I think this is just to your death, friend. Slappy is looking for the vital procs. There it is. Oh, Gabe Kochki with the clutch wild growth to keep his jungler alive.
Yeah, you're Ornn Volibear. Why are you attempting this 2v1?
Oh, Randy Newman gets the blind hook over the wall. There's the ignite, but the shield's going to come through. Plenty of shielding. Gabe Kochki keeping his jungler alive again. Nice positioning from him, but a nice blind hook over the wall from Randy Newman as well.
Oh, it's quite the doozy right there. I mean, Sleeping Giant got so low there, almost died out, and right now it's looking very dire if you're a Mingos fan. I'm looking at it. Solid 9k gold lead in favor for Lampost. They're just doing a really good job in all lanes. I mean, Slappy started getting abused a little bit in the earlier lanes. He got a little bit more items and just started winning against TJ. Jungle, Adam, Suki, just been everywhere. So he's been managing to make a little bit everything happen in each lane. Leroy managed to find himself some kills, and now he's not even getting one-shot by SSI anymore, who is an assassin, which you hate to see that. If they can't die to one rotation of your abilities, they're a little too long in order for you to wait to try to do another one.
Yeah, I think Zealot has confused his AD carries because he's building like Ashe when he's playing Xayah.
TJ potentially getting caught out. The Glacial Augment Slow is going to be pretty big and nice. Unstoppable on the Shockwave. He's got the Blast Cone over the wall. He's going to be able to survive. Yeah, I wanted to point out 2 things in particular in this game. We were going to be talking about the Gale Force, but also Zealot's build choice is very much in, like, an Ashe or a Kog'Maw in certain situations where you're going the Immortal Shield Bow into the Wit's End, just trying to be a survival AD carry. But I actually really do like the Gale Force from Chandler Clark in this particular game because the tanks in this game are all building HP. Like, Slappy's going to have a lot of HP thanks to the Hullbreaker and the Divine Sunderer, and you can already see Adam Suki has opted for the Anathemas Chains, second item. Trundle's not really, like, the kind of tank who builds Chem Tank plus, like, Warden's Mail plus a Thorn Mail, so it's not like a lot of armor that he has to cut through. He really just needs to be able to position around these fights and take advantage of the execute and the extra movement speed.
Yeah, and I think that the ability to try and use that to dodge skill shots or abilities like the Feathers or the Command Shockwave, it works out. The problem is that you are, like, Mingos have not been able to play for the 5v5, which is what their comp wants, and XSI is horrendously weak. He started out 3-0, it's only been 3, he's now 3-4, so he's only died 4 times in the last, like, time since then. And this is kind of the reason why you don't see a lot of assassins in coordinated play, and much less Fizz, who I think is probably overall, like, one of the weaker assassins with regard to, like, how useful they are when everyone's talking and playing the game correctly. Yeah, you have your troll pull. You can go invulnerable or untargetable rather for every 6 seconds, but you also just don't do any damage if you're not using that E as a damage tool. And your R, you're gonna get blocked by tanks. You're gonna get your target shielded because everyone sees who got targeted by the shark when it hits. It's a tough game to play Fizz in. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the pick.
Yeah, we just have a quick pause come through. It seems to have been resolved rather quickly. Adam Suki just trying to defend his top laner, keep his Hullbreaker active. But yeah, this is where the siege comes in for Lampost, and this is where it's going to start getting a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, right now, with this little bit of spectator bug right now, Slappy's level 15. That's 4 levels against Chandler Clark, Sleeping Giant, 3 levels against XVII and TJ Linear. So it's a rough game at the moment because he's about to hit those levels. He did hit level 16, so that's Matt's rank ulti as well. So this is gonna just be a lot of stat checking if you want to try to beat Slappy now.
Yeah, it feels like they can't send anybody individually to handle Slapping the Silent. It has to be 2 people. Because, I mean, TJ can sit under tower, but he's not going to be able to stop Slappy from just taking the tower with his Qs. Shockwave finds Sleeping Giant the hook as well. He's going to be picked up, not deleted, though. Nice Stormbreaker to get himself out of there. XSI trying to do damage right now in the team fight. Adam Suki flashing forward. Nice Gale Force away from Chandler Clark, but the knockup still comes through from Rainy Newman. But it does allow him to survive. No kills given over, but that's a second inhibitor down with the 3rd one on the way as Slappy is just forcing that one down in the bottom lane. Nexus towers are now the target. Looks like Lampost doesn't want to give up on the push just yet, but they may be forced out.
Yeah, and you know, in spite of all this, I think if the Wulfpack Mingos are able to get a actual team fight on their terms, they can still win. The problem is they never get to do that because obviously Slappy is putting a lot of pressure on the opposite side of the map as the rest of his team. They're not able to find a good engage. No, and XSI. The assassin pick, this is another thing that we should talk about with assassins. Oftentimes they don't have any wave clear. There's no wave clear on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos, so once they fall behind like this, they're kind of just doomed to give up the remainder of their base. The towers, there's nobody to clear the minions to get that backdoor plating back up on the tower so that they can actually pretend to defend it. Nobody wants to walk up for risk of getting hooked either for the start of the fight because Sleeping Giant is so horrendously deprived of gold. It's just a really tough for the Wulfpack Mingos to even try to stabilize this game now. The Baron has expired by this point, but they're already down 3 inhibitors, and they're about to pick up Soul, which is spawning in 3 seconds. There's no chance that the Wulfpack Mingos are going to be able to contest this one. Infernal Soul is going to be really nice, and we're going to be seeing if Wulfpack Mingos can adjust for the next game, I think, in very optimistic terms.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not opposed that they actually picked the Yone. You saw there was a quick hover over on Yone before he locked in the Fizz, so I wasn't actually opposed to the Yone pick. Kind of
got our final base defense here. TJ trying to get the all-in on Leroy. They may have found their pick. Leroy's gonna have to flash away, but the Chum of Water's gonna get picked up by Exercise. This might have been the fight Mingos were looking for. TJ is finally gonna go down, but it's just the 1-for-1 right now. Slappy's on the bottom side, Sleeping Giant on a sliver of HP. Nice hook from Randy Newman. It's gonna find Chandler Clark, and that's gonna be for sure the end of the game. Lampost is gonna go up now 2-0 and put themselves to match point.
Yeah, really nice final fight there. It was a very good attempt by the Wulfpack Mingos. They did blow up Leroy through his flash, through his barrier before he's able to get Shockwave off. But, you know, they're already down like 10,000 gold at that point, so they're just outstatted in terms of items. So we'll see how they can do in game number 3 if they can turn this one around.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello
we're
and
back.
welcome back to our coverage of the finals here of GRLCS between Lampost and the Wulfpack Mingos. Sorry, Rex, I was
All good.
super primed to just do that. We're here in Champion Select for game number 2. Lamppost off on the blue side now. They're gonna keep the same 3 bans from game number 1. The Wulfpack Mingos, however, they're gonna change up their bans. They're gonna take away the Lulu, which I guess they were afraid of being potentially first picked, as well as take the Fiora off the board that Slappy kind of destroyed on. Lamppost will instead first pick up that Karma.
Karma does technically have the flexibility between mid and support, but I think we're almost for sure expecting that to be in the hands of Randy Newman. I know in previous casts that I've taken part of, at least, Karma has been kind of a death sentence for teams. There's been a bit of a Karma curse where you take Karma on your team and you are not winning this round. So we'll have to see if Lamppost can potentially break that curse, as the Mingos are going to opt for the Nautilus as the immediate counterpick to that Karma.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Talbot's not anywhere in sight, so the curse might not even be around at the moment.
Wait, what is not in sight?
So we have a caster. His name's Talbot, or that's what he goes by, anyways.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And every time he casts, every time he sees a Karma, the team loses.
Oh, it's attached to him, not just the champion. It's like a conjunctive thing. You have to have both Talbot and Karma for it to be bad, right?
Yeah. That's what
or
we've
at
seen
least that's
so
the
far.
theory. That's the theory. We'll see if
That's
it
the
happens.
theory. We'll have to see if it's potentially attached to me or if it's just attached to the GRLCS stream in general.
Yeah.
But as we do see, the Kaisa is going to be the pair up with the Nautilus. Off broadcast, we were discussing the upcoming Kaisa changes. They haven't come through yet, so we still could see the potential AP style of build, just pressing W and trying to play off one-shotting someone from 2 screens away. And Lampost are going to get their hands on the Xayah again. I'm kind of surprised that Mingos have not picked that one up for themselves, as opposed to taking the Xayah.
I think
ahead.
Xayah is probably like the top 3 AD carries for sure are going to be like Jinx, and then the 2 below it are Xayah and Zeri. Zeri not picked up, even though it is something that Zealot has had a lot of success on, although it has been nerfed since that point. Renata Glass Block-In suggests to me that it's going to be Karma mid. It's not like we're going to be seeing Renata mid or Renata top or anything like that, so we are going to get that
solo lane Renata, but it could be potentially Karma top. The flexibility is there. Haven't seen it in a long time, but if Lampost are trying to be really sneaky with this draft, first pick blind picking their top laner would be the way to do it, and that is a Zed lock-in.
Alright, so we're seeing another assassin here for the Wulfpack Mingos. It really didn't work out for them in game number 1 with the Fizz, but I hope that the Zed, I think of Zed as being a much stronger champion generally than Fizz, and also, maybe the rest of Mingo's draft will be a lot more assassin-friendly, which I think it already is, right? Because you're not playing a Lulu Cog build, or Lulu Cog comp. So we'll see if this one works out better. Shen and Ornn taken off the board from Lamppost, so again constricting that top lane pool. Vayne is open if you wanted to play top lane Vayne, TJ Lanier. Olaf and Hecarim are going to be banned away from the jungler for Lamppost, Adam Suki, which means that his Volibear and his Lilia are available if he wants to pick either of those champions.
Or the Trundle. The Trundle is
or the Trundle that he played last game.
Yeah. So Graves is going to be locked in return, but hey, I like the double down for picking up the Zed. It's like, Assassin didn't work last time, but this time, no shot. It never doesn't work. So, and I mean, Zed is definitely Zed is a better assassin. Now, by all means, I feel like he's a better assassin. He doesn't have any CC to his name, but he also has a lot of surprising damage if you can land multiple shurikens onto one single target.
I have to say this draft for Mingos is worrying me. You see the Renata Glass lock in, and you're immediately like, okay, what are the next 2 champions we're going to lock in? We're going to pick up Zed and Graves. Renata, notoriously good into assassins who are forced to stick around after they've done their burst, which is generally what we see from Graves. Maybe less from Zed nowadays, as he's got his shadows that he can dip around into. But I feel like Renata just has the ability to deny some of that assassin game plan with the bailout. I don't know how I feel about the Warwick from Lampost. That's going into Adamasuki's hands, but the Camille is going to be the blind top lane pickup for Slappy, which means that it is going to be Karma in the mid lane for the Leroy. And I have to say, I'm really liking the Lampost draft so far.
You may like
I
it, but
completely agree.
I'm just staring down this Teemo that they're hovering down. Like ever since they started hovering that, I'm just kind of been staring at it. Even after all
It's
the points
locked in.
in, it's locked in.
Locked in.
Oh, they locked it.
All right, we're seeing Teemo. Hey, they did need magic damage because as much as Kai'Sa is much more AP heavy nowadays, I do think that just the magic damage from Kai'Sa is not going to be sufficient. And so now you've got Teemo, your you are going to have Shrooms that you got to contend with. Warwick, I think of Warwick as a champion that is actually quite good, but does fall off as far as like late game scaling goes. I agree as well. This is also a good pick against Renata. Renata is really good, like you said, against assassins that need to stick around, but also against dive. Renata's very anti-dive champion, and you have mostly ranged champions or champions that can kind of like not be in completely in your face to do all their damage. So Teemo, Kai'Sa, like Graves to a lesser extent, they can all play around the Renata ultimate quite well.
Yeah, there's a this is volatile drafting, I think, from both sides. I don't think either of these comps is like, okay, we're gonna be simple and easy execution, just like take our carries to late game, play around simple team fights, win that way. Both of these teams are gonna be looking to like play around pretty aggressive mid games, play around like Warwick leaping in with a Karma behind him, or play around Teemo doing it, whatever it is Teemo does versus Camille, versus Graves and Zed, like maybe roaming towards the bottom lane, trying to keep the Xayah Renata down, make sure that they are not allowed to play the kind of game that they would want to, because that is a Kai'Sa Nautilus lane. It has plenty of engage and plenty of damage to follow up on.
Yeah, a lot of kill pressure for Kai'Sa Nautilus. Nautilus is essentially applying 2 stacks of Kai'Sa passive every time he lands a Q. I also think like Teemo. I'm not gonna like try and pretend Teemo's like gonna be the next meta pick, but you can prevent a lot from happening as Teemo just to like stall games out just by setting up shrooms to kill minion waves, prevent enemy teams from ever having the opportunity to do Baron because by the time they get to the Baron, they're already at all a 3rd HP. Um, there's some interesting stuff going on, and I think Mingos have a little bit more, not more in their toolkit, but a more cohesive team comp than they did in game 1.
Yeah, I think the saying is Mingos will always put one game towards the fans, and I think this, if I had to say of any of them, this would probably be the one. I am not sure how I feel about the Teemo Zed Graves top side. The big thing that the Mingos draft does lack is crowd control. They have a slow and a blind from Graves. They have a slow and a blind from Teemo, and they have a slow from Zed. Nautilus is all of their CC.
It's a really good point. Xayah, yeah, I don't know.
Like,
This is it's a really strange draft.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, like, what are they gonna do if Warwick ults you? You're just like, sucks for this guy. Everyone else, move on to the rest of the team.
Run! Leave him!
Yeah,
I mean, I
leave
guess
him
it
behind
becomes
and
the,
just start fighting everyone else.
Normally it's the Malzahar or the Skarner tax, but I guess you can also pay the Warwick tax by using QSS. And I will say that besides Teemo, none of the people on Mingos really hate getting a QSS item fully built. It's not terrible, but I wouldn't say it's great, but it's not awful.
Yeah, and who's really like gonna take the Warwick ultimate? Like, cause I'm gonna assume Adam Suki is not just gonna ult in and like land in the middle of the enemy team, not hitting anybody and die. But like, if that being the case, who on the Wulfpack Mingos can just like take the Warwick ultimate and hope that their teammates can pull him off? Cause it can't be Nautilus. He's the only one who can pull him off. And nobody else wants to be CC'd for even that slight duration because everyone else is like basically a squishy.
Yeah, it feels like a really solo queue kind of comp that Mingos have drafted, which is why I'm kind of like erring on the side of caution and thinking like, oh, maybe this is a draft for the fans. Maybe that's what they're kind of playing towards here. I will say if they do win with this draft, it's a little shaky for Lampost, looking at their particular draft plan, which I think is much more cohesive. They have utility supports with Renata and Karma. They have frontliners with Camille and Warwick. I would say Warwick slightly more so. And they have their backline hypercarry with Zaya. It's a pretty easy draft plan to execute on. Try and 4-1 or 5v5.
Yeah, when you have a Karma mid, obviously you're looking to like 5v5 a lot of the time, right? But this is not like a criticism of the Lamp draft. I do think it's quite good, but Warwick is a little bit of a question mark to me. I don't know. In my head, I feel like there's got to be better junglers than Warwick, right? And I'm sure that and I think Adam Suki is a great player. I don't know. I'm sure that he plays other junglers, like Jarvan, for example. I think that champion's quite good. And,
yeah, there were options here. There was the Jarvan, there was the Volibear, the Hecarim and the Olaf were taken off the table, but just between those two, Jarvan and Volibear, I think we've seen a little bit more of them in the current meta.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. Lamppost are up 1 game over the Wulfpack Mingos, so you know, you don't want to throw this game, but you've got a little bit more room to work with than the Wulfpack Mingos do. Gosh, honestly, I don't know. The Teemo just kind of threw me for a loop.
Really not what we were expecting. That's for certain.
I memed I kind of memed a little bit during this Champions League because I said, hey, top lane Vayne is open because it's something that DJ Linear has definitely done before. This is far from what I was expecting. The Teemo. In terms of just like lane by lane matchups, I think the Wulfpack Mingos actually have a fairly good lane by lane matchup. Like you said, Kai'Sa Nautilus is quite good. Renata Zaya, they're going to be trying to play a little bit back away and not get hooked in by Nautilus. I think Zed most of the time will just have the power in a lot of lanes. Even against Karma, Karma really wants to empower teammates. So in a 1v1 situation, she's going to be like she can shove the lane with her Qs and harass Zed until he gets level 6, but I think Zed does have a lot of power in this lane, surprisingly enough. Teemo versus Camille, I don't see Teemo, so I don't know how this lane goes, although I could see it going either way. It just depends on how efficient the blinds are whenever Slappy decides to hookshot in.
Yeah, this is an interesting game too, to be certain.
Adam Suki, wait, please buy items. Wait, please.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out. Adam Suki doesn't have.
Is it a bug or does he actually not have items?
All right, let me double check. Do this.
Oh, it's he actually forgot items.
He doesn't have any items. I mean, most likely he'll be putting down a trinket and then moving himself back into base around the like 1-ish minute mark. That's generally what junglers tend to do as they grab the early sweeper. So hopefully by that point he'll notice and he'll have grabbed those items.
I'm just gonna stare him down until he either notices or.
He should be starting his recall fairly soon if he's gonna do it.
Because I mean,
yeah,
he's gonna unleash bot side. He's gonna unleash bot side at the very least, right?
Oh no, he's running. He's walking. No, this is so terrible. This is terrible.
You ever watch a disaster happen as it's going
it's happening
in real
right
time?
Because he's gonna finish this camp, not ding level 2, and then he'll notice.
And he's gonna be like, oh no, that's so bad. Because
Of
now
all
you're
the
also
junglers
not
on.
getting your smite charges used up, which means that you're gonna have a late red smite or blue smite or whatever it is you opt for as well.
I will say of all the jugglers, Warwick is probably someone who could do a like an itemless clear. They could probably be fine on level 1 because he can just move straight to drop, and he immediately has noticed. There we go. So he's gonna be picking up his item. So even without the even with a bit of a delay, I think Warwick has a healthy enough and a fast enough clear that it's not going to be too bad, but TJ already taking so much damage.
Yeah, you're not at all concerned for Warwick dying to the jungle camps, but you are concerned with him having to take that recall. It's a lot of time wasted, as well as you're not dinging level 2 until after you take one more thing, which will apparently be Gromp. So your ganks are going to be delayed as well. So, oh, it's tough. As expected, Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki are going to be the ones with push power here in this bottom lane. Gabe Kochki hitting level 2. He's going to go in onto Randy Newman. They'll hit level 2 immediately afterward. Chandler Clark a little bit too far to follow up on that one, but it'll be just a quick trade in and out.
Yeah, pretty aggressive one.
And even with a slight setback that Lampost has gone in this early game, it's not looking too bad. I mean, they still have like quite a bit of like a big bump whenever they do reach around mid game, and they can start roaming around a little bit more. And Suki is just going to be a menace now that he has.
Oh, good dredge line going to connect here in. They're going to push him away. Nice use of the Q from Randy Newman there. Now just autoing in onto Chandler Clark, and Renata actually does have quite a bit of trading power if you and your AD are autoing the same target, just from the passive. So much damage.
The percent health damage does definitely tick up over time. I will say this early in the game it was only about like 1%, if that much. So it's not going to be an insane like, oh my god, Zealot and Randy Newman, they're just going to be taking someone from 100 to 0 in like 3 autos. But a good use of the handshake as well from Randy Newman to move Gabe Kochki away. I do want to point out, I've been playing a lot of Renata recently, and a lot of professionals have been playing Renata recently. And the choice of Randy Newman to go for the Spell Thieves as opposed to the Relic Shield, I think is an interesting one.
Yeah, it suggests he's... Oh, hold on a second. Adam Suki here coming in for a gank on a TJ Lanier. He's going to go in under tower. He has no minions. He's going to get feared up, and he's going to go down. First blood over to Slappy. Yeah, he flashed. That's so unlucky. Well, not unlucky. Just kind of you're dead, so why flash?
Yeah, he flashed into Slappy's tower, so even if Warwick can't follow you on your flash and doesn't hook onto you, where are you gonna go? What's your plan?
Here we go. Sleeping Giant, though, looking at mid lane here as that'll happen. Leroy just gonna shield himself and run out there. Sleeping Giant will instead take a ton of damage from the minions and Q from the Leroy on his way out. A little bit better of a gank here for Adam Suki, in spite of having that mishap at level 1 where he didn't buy items. TJ Lanier, I know he was trying to flash over the side and get into the enemy jungle as he's getting hookshotted onto now. There's the blind coming out, but now it's going to wear off and Slappy going to do a ton of damage onto him. He's 2 levels up off of TJ Lanier's death there. He has no flash, and now he's got to be incredibly careful in that top lane.
Adam might want to continue his ganking spree more towards bot side, but he's going to opt to walk away. Yeah, this is also the problem with taking Ignite in your lane. If you get early ganked and you don't respect it, you don't have a teleport to get back to the lane. Slappy's been able to basically free farm this lane for the past 5 minutes and not really felt the pressure from Teemo. TJ's going to be able to clean up this wave under tower, but it's not going to equal out that CS differential. This is a big lead for Slappy this early in the game.
Yeah, and even the worst part is the EXP differential as well. It's so hard for TJ Lanier now because once, like, in a melee matchup against something like Camille, your advantage is your ability to just auto them forever. But when Slappy can kill you just by hookshotting onto you, you lose a lot of that power because you're dead. He gets to push the lane and recall. He's back to full health, and then he just does it over and over again. Ooh, nice pull. There's the Blade Caller, roots out Gabe Kochki. The exhaust has been used. He's going to get the Summoner heal out from Chandler Clark on his way out, so we'll survive that one. But really nice play from Randy Newman and Zealot to get that Summoner out. Looking for it again. Chandler Clark almost going to get caught by that Blade Caller, but it's only 2 feathers. Zealot and Randy Newman now moving forward aggressively as they're building up a very large wave. And again, similar to the Blitzcrank situation from last game, but on the other side, Gabe Kochki has to contend with a large number of minions blocking his hook, whereas Randy Newman does not now as a result of their ability to push out.
Yeah, is looking pretty rough if you're a Mingos fan at the moment. 500 gold down, that's just due to CS differences and the game top lane. Fortunately, it looks like TJ Lanier managed to recover some at the very least, but he's still in a little bit of a deficit over looking at the jungle. Sleepy Giant's able to farm pretty well, but that's to Adam Suki just messing up early and having to forfeit a little bit of his clear speed. And then SSI and Leroy, well, they're just, you know, giving handshakes back and forth. They're not really doing too much because I don't think they can at this point in time. I mean, Zed just hit level 6, so there is a possibility that he can look for a kill, but I mean, Karma Shield is probably the biggest deterrent that you can see in this matchup.
Yeah, TJ Lanier only level 5 up against Slappy, who's level 6, but he's got a large enough wave that it's deterring Slappy from all-inning him, I imagine.
Yeah, the large wave is good because it means that Slappy is not going to be able to all-in him, but it also means that TJ is kind of in this vulnerable position of having to be close to the enemy tower. It looks like he's trying to get the wave to reset just by trying to, like, shove it as hard as possible, make sure it hits the tower, and then can bounce back towards him. But the position is not going to feel great if Slappy can, like, potentially set up some kind of freeze or even just keep this wave as close to his tower as possible, because suddenly it means TJ's in, again, that vulnerable position where he's just waiting for Warwick to sprint up towards topside.
Yeah, Sleeping Giant opting for the Eclipse build here, I assume, for the Graves. Mantra Q is going to be used to thin out the minion wave. I think this is probably correct. I have seen some really, really strange Graves builds recently. I think there's a lot of experimentation with Graves going things like, and I'm not going crazy when I say this, Gore Drinker.
Yeah, Gore Drinker, Umbral has been another rush that I've seen just because the item got recently buffed. It's so cheap, the power spike comes so easily.
Oh, here we go. Hookshot onto TJ Lanier. There's the blind coming out, but the second Q from Slappy will be coming out immediately afterwards. They used both their ultimates. They weren't needed. Leroy is now going to get jumped on by XSI. Almost taken out, but not enough damage landing after the death mark plus the ignite to take out the Leroy through the shields.
Not going to be enough just yet. So, unfortunately, that's Sleeping Giant. Oh,
Sleeping Giant here, just holding the brush here up against Slappy. He's going to hookshot away. Sleeping Giant does still have the collateral damage. It's enough to take out Slappy on a return kill in that top lane. Gabe Kochki and Chandler Clark now at risk of potentially being dope here. Zealot does not have his ultimate, but, Randy Newman does not have his ultimate, but Zealot does. There's the Dreadline going to connect here. The down charge in onto him, but he's going to trade 1-for-1 as he does go down. Both AD carries claiming kills on the opposite support. Zealot getting that shoved in as now Sleeping Giant now fighting up against Adam Suki. He did secure the crab, but Adam Suki does a ton of damage here. But now TJ Lanier is on the rotating down. Slappy teleporting into that top side to potentially go for the collapse. That'll be the end of that one, however. XSI gonna find the Leroy, just put down a little bit of damage straight into the shield. The Leroy happy to absorb that one with a little bit of his mana. Picks up the Seeker's Arm Guard. That item did lose a lot of its stat efficiency, however.
Yeah, it is turning out to be a quite interesting game. I mean, one, Sleeping Giant is going to be a pretty strong point keeping him in the game. Kachi made the sacrifice play bot lane to actually try to get his ADC a little bit more ahead. And it paid off. I mean, he did die for it, but in turn, he was able to get him a little bit of money. And since they're both playing lethality builds, whoever gets that first item, whether or not it's actually the mythic item, because I think the mythic items for assassins are pretty okay. At the moment,
the blasting wand as well.
Yeah, he also, he's splashing into a little bit of everything, honestly. But I think this is an interesting position to be in. We are 1k gold down still, but I mean, both teams are playing for a heavy mid game, so we're going to see how that will really turn out.
Yeah, I just want to also talk quickly about the XP differential in the jungle. We saw it in that little 1-versus-1 that was going on around the top side craft. Sleeping Giant was level 8 when Adam Suki was level 6, and that's just the difference in the amount of farm they've been able to collect. Not only has Sleeping Giant been able to, like, walk towards top lane.
Randy Newman getting caught by a Dredgeline, but a nice disengage with the Q, and there's the Berserk! Gabe Kochki turning around, trying to get in on Chandler Clark now, but now they've got to get suppressed up by the ultimate from Adam Suki. Sleeping Giant's down here, but is exhausted immediately. Zealot has a lot of feathers laying around on the ground, but Sleeping Giant does so much damage, he's able to get out with the help of his flash, and there's the killer instinct as Chandler Clark takes out Adam Suki. Meanwhile, in the top lane, TJ Lanier does get a good blind on the Slappy and negates a lot of his damage. He has to flash away, however, as it wears off. XSI over the side looking for Randy Newman. There's the death mark going to be thrown down, but a good stopwatch coming out. Chandler Clark now trying to run for his life, but Zealot will flash onto him, pull the feathers back, and get the kill. Randy Newman goes down after the ult or the W lands, and Sleeping Giant starting up the dragon a little bit prematurely, but XSI does a ton of damage. Ignite is enough to finish off Zealot, and the Leroy just has to watch as now he's got no one to support.
Ooh. This is looking...
Somehow...
Go ahead.
Somehow no one died in the top side. Slappy wants to keep this going.
Oh, that's a really good trap! And the blind on the second Q! TJ Linear turns it around with a solo kill top lane! Now Adam Suki gonna find it. Gabe Kochki not gonna get a fear off, and now he's looking potentially to go back in. His XSI is there, but the dredge line goes wide. Nice sidestep from Adam Suki, and he's gotta run for the hills as the mid laner was potentially on the collapse.
And
Well,
this-
maybe not. He's gonna turn around, go for the ward, gets in onto Gabe Kochki, he's autoing onto him, the Leroy here to support him. But they gotta get out of here because Sleeping Giant is on his way down. He's got a full Eclipse ready to start bursting people down. The fear has been used onto the Scuttle Crab, and here we go. Sleeping Giant gets in there. Good smite, but he secures the crab at the cost of his life. And now Randy Newman in a bad spot, misses the Q here. Chandler Clark gonna put down a little bit of damage, but no CC able to land to keep him in range for his teammates. 4 members of the Mingos gonna be starting up this Infernal Dragon.
And that's not something you really want to see whenever you're playing a heavy mid-game team for both sides. Oh, they're still
A lot
looking
of
for
damage
it.
coming out. Zealot going in. There's the smite onto the dragon, and there's a lot of damage going down as Zealot goes down with no ultimate available. Now TJ Linear getting jumped on. A good blind again as the hookshot gonna connect, and the shroom is gonna keep him slowed up. Really nice kiting from TJ Linear. Is just auto spacing him down, and there's another blind. TJ Linear is going to slap Slappy yet again.
With the whole breaker in inventory too, TJ doesn't lose these 1v1s anymore. He's got enough points in the blinds now that Camille is basically perma-blinded. She doesn't have any tenacity stacked up just yet, which means that TJ just gets to cancel out these Qs whenever he wants to.
Honestly, I'm impressed. The hull breaker should have been the difference maker for Slappy, and in spite of that, TJ Linear just solo kills him back to back. Randy Newman now up against Chandler Clark as Zealot rejoins the fray. Got Gabe Kochki making his presence known. They're just gonna recall. TJ Linear gonna get some good timing with this plate. Just as almost gets the last plate.
We hate to see it, but speaking of plates, even though they're falling down here, let's see how much money that each player has at the moment. See whichever one they got is seen. Actually, funny turn of events. TJ Linear now has the lead on him. 700 gold difference for him. In the jungle, we're seeing Sleeping Giant has kept a pretty strong lead against his own opponents. 1400 gold is everything that's basically in his pocket right now is into his advantage. Moving over to the mid lane here, 1k gold lead, and that's going to be spelling out thanks to purely just the 2 kills, 600 gold, and then 2 assists, which is roughly about 300 gold, and then a little bit of CS in between. Moving on over to the ADCs, they're pretty much neck and neck, which is what you expect to see, with the CS difference making up for the 2 assists that you got there. Down there, and then supports working with that support money, but still having a little bit better time as Randy Newman, I believe, has the spell thieves, right? So then they're able to get a little bit better money than Gabe Kochki has been, just because they've been pushing in a lot more and poking a lot more.
Yeah, slightly more consistent gold gain off of that spell thieves. But I'm still shocked that we're starting to see this top lane turn around. It looks like it was going to be Slappy's all day with the amount of pressure that Adam Suki was putting into this lane and how disastrous of an early game it was for TJ. But he's managed to turn this around. He's got his Nashers in inventory now, and it's going to be only more trouble for Slappy to actually handle this, as he doesn't have any magic resist aside from the little that's coming from the Hullbreaker in his inventory.
Oh goodness. Chandler Clark is going for kind of the older Kaisa build where you go your Monomune and then you start building basically just to evolve all your abilities as fast as possible. A bit of a departure from the more commonly seen AP heavy build that we've seen more recently with the Hail of Blades as well. Randy Newman now coming forward is going to miss the Q, but Sleeping Giant is here in the area. Gabe Kochki walking forward, getting ready to force that one out. Depth charge is going to be used on the Randy Newman. There's the good Berserk. Is going to turn Gabe Kochki and Chandler Clark against one another temporarily. Dreadline is going to miss thanks to Zealot's ultimate. And there's the suppression. Gabe Kochki is the one who goes down. The Leroy and Adam Suki now on the chase in a 4v2, but Randy Newman going very low. They need to be very careful. They don't just get burned up by Sleeping Giant with a lot of damage. And here comes XSI. He's got a lot of damage as well to offer. He's going to throw a shadow behind him. Get stunned up. Adam Suki looking for something with the fear, but he's just going to get jumped on. Gets a bit of healing, but it's going to be to both teleports coming in from Slappy. And now he's going to slow him up with the W. XSI is able to shadow away. Chandler Clark going very low. He's got no killer instinct, but he does still have the flash. He's going to be able to walk out without using either. I said both. TJ Linear doesn't have a teleport, but he's going to get a lot of alone time. Enough to pick up first tower in favor of the Wulfpack Mingos.
Yeah, that was both teleports burned from Lampost. They had Slappy and the Leroy rotate down, but it means that TJ has enough time to just sit in top lane, grab first tower, and extend his CS lead even more. Maybe even look to pick up a couple of these jungle camps. I'm starting to get a little worried for Lampost because it feels like their scaling team around this hypercarry Xayah, who I want to point out isn't building for hypercarry, is building for the lethality, is starting to fall behind.
I will say, I do think that the lethality build makes sense in this particular game. There's no tanks you have to worry about, so lethality is going to be incredibly efficient against these champions who are going to stack very little armor as it is.
Yeah, I do agree as well. I mean, now the only person that you're really probably going to have a bad time with would be Sleeping Giant whenever he's already getting a lot of ease in, but you should be able to do your burst before he gets more than just like 1 E and maybe a couple seconds for an extra armor. And then Gabe Kosh, is naturally going to be tanky, probably going to build a Locket Iron Solari, so then you're also giving a little bit of armor for all your other teammates. But other than that, lethality does make the most amount of sense, because, I mean, front-loaded damage just shouldn't be fine, especially with your team that looks a little bit more like they're going to be playing for. Weirdly enough, Slappy's going to be more of the carry where either that we just side lane with him and we just try to work off of it. Oh, wait.
Well, TJ Lanier opting for this 1v1, and he's easily winning it with the Ignite and the kill. Slappy's going to go down before Adam Suki's even able to make it there. TJ Lanier trying to go invisible, but he doesn't have enough time. He's going to get suppressed down by Adam Suki and shut down. That's nice, but very unfortunate that your top laner had to die before that could happen. Now Zealot gonna use the Blade Collar, but here's Sleeping Giant here to look for the potential dive. Randy Newman does have the ultimate available, so that makes this a very dangerous option. Q not gonna connect, and they're not gonna go for the dive, just instead opt to clear out some vision and keep pushing the wave in. Oh, this is kind of scary. The Leroy also opted for a Shirelias as his mythic item of choice, so not going to have as much of a damage threat coming out of that Karma. Very, very utility-oriented here.
Yeah, I think Randy Newman is also going for the Shirelias, so this feels like a bit of miscommunication between the teams, as I would have loved to see Leroy either go for damage and be the magic damage threat for his team, alongside the utility, because Karma Shields, they do scale with AP, so building a lot of AP for yourself isn't bad.
Here we go, Deathmark gonna be used. Great trench line from Gatekotsky. The Leroy is gonna go down as he pops from the Deathmark. XVII on a rampage now, as he's picked up the Serpent's Fang, just annihilating those shields.
Yeah, this is starting to get really far ahead for XSI. This is the assassin game he was hoping to have in game 1.
And, I mean, as an AD assassin, I think they are just generally have a better time. I mean, they can still build their own AD mythics, AD assassin mythics, while if you're looking over on, like, AP side of things for, like, assassin options, you have Rocket Belt, not a bad choice, albeit, and then Night Harvester, which is a pretty bad choice. If you're talking about, like, how much damage output you can take with it, it's not as high.
Oh my god, what is that poison damage? TJ Lanier just almost annihilates Zealot. Now, oh, well, that Control Ward doesn't actually see him.
They know he's in the bush, but they can't walk up to check it. I wonder if TJ's just gonna walk forward and take out Zealot. Ulti.
Oh, just unfortunate. I don't know if that was like uncoordinated or coordinated, but either way, Sleeping Giant and the ultimate and the blind come out at the same time, so he was able to dodge both with the use of that Feather Storm. So, I don't know if they like just didn't consider that and they coordinated, or if they like did consider it but then they didn't coordinate. Either way, the Leroy is gonna die here. With Deathmark almost unnecessary. Actually, it was unnecessary, but he goes unstoppable, and TJ Lanier. Well, TJ? It wouldn't be a Wulfpack Mingos game if TJ didn't do that at least once, right?
Truly.
Yeah, he is opting for the Leandry's second item, so these shrooms are going to be very painful. We're already starting to see the sweeper itemization. Zealot has picked one up for himself, and I wouldn't be shocked if we saw one picked up by the Leroy or Slappy either. Honestly, a little surprising that Slappy didn't pick one up sooner, as he's leaning against the Teemo.
Yeah, Randy Newman taking a ton of damage out of Sleeping Giant. There's the Q in the depth charge, going to be used onto the Warwick, but Adam Suki. Oh, great Berserk, but it's not in time to save Adam Suki, as Chandler Clark just annihilates him with the use of that ultimate, or the passive off of the Killer Instinct. Now, the Baron is on the table, but a little bit low health bar for Sleeping Giant there makes it potentially dangerous. There are two dragons up. This is something I didn't mention earlier, but Adam, Suki, and Slappy going for that Rift Herald at the same time as the dragon is going off, or going on for the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. Maybe they think that they can't fight for it, but that's it's not the ideal trade, especially after plates have already gone down.
Yeah, it is going to be a.
Oh, did the Rift Herald just despawn? No, there it is.
Okay, yeah.
Just popped in the base, which is not great.
Yeah. It is looking to go mid lane? Yeah, that's mid lane. So
Looks like mid lane.
yeah, that's not too bad. It does look like we are going to be having the Mingos try to respond to it as well, seeing that two of them are already hovering on mid. Maybe trying to support this as well, because we do have objective bounties up on the board, so if we can get this whole tower down, that is going to be helping, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this charge is going to happen.
Yeah.
Nice defense by the Mingos.
Alright, so it's a 5v4 in the mid lane until Sleeping Giant and TJ Linear go down to deal with Slappy, who is going to be able to pick up a turret plus the objective bounty for the side of Lampost. Guardian going to be knocked off by that Razor Shuriken. Now Slappy going to be potentially jumped down by Sleeping Giant here. He's blinded, and he walked into 4 members of the Wulfpack Mingos. Collateral damage goes wide, however. That tower though, there's a W. Plus Sleeping Giant able to pick up the kill with the auto attack.
Nice snipe from Chandler is going to secure the kill for his team. Very well played by the Mingos. Good rotate, and they don't even lose anything for it.
Yeah, the dragon spawning on the correct timing for them. And now they're putting themselves at soul point in addition to killing Slappy yet again. How demoralizing is that for the side of Lampost? They've got to potentially contend for this Baron up, and there's 3 members. Okay, nice scout.
Good blue trinket.
Oh, Dredgeline not going to connect now. Adam Suki, he's found Chandler Clark a little bit alone. He's got, nicely done. He tried to predict Chandler Clark killer instinct over the wall, but he does it slower, and Adam Suki wastes his ultimate. Chandler Clark survives as a result, just using his heal and his ultimate out there.
Yeah, I think the invisibility actually tricked him there a little bit, because Chandler Clark has opted for this particular build.
Oh, hookshot doesn't get a stun onto TJ Linear. There's the blind, and there's the ultimate, but TJ Linear going very low. He's got to kite a little bit better, but he's got nowhere to go thanks to that Hextech ultimatum. A tower goes down in favor of Lampost as well as their top laner.
Yeah, the momentum started to come back from Lampost, but I want to talk about that topside play again. That was really nice use of this Kaisa build. The fact that he already has the invisibility active on that E. I think it meant that either TJ thought that he flashed or that he ulted over the wall, because suddenly Chandler wasn't there on this side, so Adam made the expected play of, oh hey, I'm gonna hop over the wall and Chandler's gonna be there, but he just went a little too early, a little bit too much on that trigger finger, a little bit too quick.
Yeah, that really nice use of that one. Benefits of going for this Nashor's essentially second item for Kaisa. The Dragon Soul potentially for the side of the Wulfpack Mingo spawning in about 3.5 minutes. They're looking to see if they can get some setup here, as now it's a 3v2 here, as the Monster Q going to connect onto Gabe Kochki and Sleeping Giant. Nice depth charge going to come out, a flash over from Adam Suki. Now they're going to get kited out. Adam Suki does not have the infinite duress, so they're going to have to back out here. Nice blade collar from Zealot will do a little bit of damage on the backside. Now XSI going to be sent, going to get hookshotted on by Slappy, but he's not going to be able to land the stun. And now the Baron has been started up by the Wulfpack Mingos as a result of Adam Suki having to be forced out of here. They're not taking it too well. Actually, they are taking it quite quickly here. TG Linear does a fair bit of damage with that Leandri's Torment. Leandri's Anguish, rather. They changed the name of that item. And it's secured. Not even a contest available for the side of Lampost.
Yeah, they didn't have vision. They had no idea that it was going on. Really nice execution from the Mingos to say, okay, we're going to commit to this Baron take, and they just burst it down.
Yeah, and I also want to say before chat flames me, I know that the passive from Teemo's E does not apply Leandri's, but he is able to apply it, so it's fine.
Yeah, he's throwing shrooms, he's blinding the Baron, it's all good.
Yeah. He'll get it onto the Baron at some point, and it's working nevertheless. We are looking for a little bit of a mid lane siege while we're keeping TJ in the top lane, because he's a hard person to try to 1v1. And then, interestingly enough, it's also SSI in the side lane as well, because, I mean, he's 3 items at this point, 5-0. He's very strong. He has a lot of money on him. And you can't send your team out. in a certain direction. You're saving this mid lane outer turret, but you just
Ooh.
lost your top lane inner one. Zealot's losing most of his HP bar, and it's really they're just losing most of their base at the moment. It's kind of rough for them.
Yeah,
the
1-3-1
behind.
here. I liked the attempt there from the Leroy with the Shirelias a little bit earlier to try and go for the engage, but it didn't really mean anything. They're not able to find it. And, well, at least they've got a second Shirelias for the next time. Slappy gonna go for the hookshot. The Hextech ultimatum is gonna be issued, and TJ Linear
goodbye,
cannot
TJ.
kite through this one. He's gonna go down Zealot on a rampage as he picks up a kill. But what will they be able to get for on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos? It is a little bit of a lone time on that inhibitor tower for XVII with the Baron, a very large Baron wave actually, is going to secure that tower.
Yeah, this is the problem when you're forced into these tough situations as the team fighting comp. You want to send your whole team to the side lane to punish, but when Mingos are executing this 1-3-1 as very nicely as they're able to, as they get another tower in the mid lane, as soon as you commit to one side, suddenly your other side is deep in threat. And we saw XSI pick up the inhibitor tower practically for free. He just had to shadow away.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really impressive Baron usage already. They're going to take their recalls here, get ready for this Hextech Dragon, potentially their Hextech Soul to be on the table. They can make it to the Dragon in time thanks to those Hextech gates, assuming they use them,
inventory
of
for
course.
Chandler.
He's taking the
I think he
scenic route.
forgot
It's
about
fine.
them.
No, it's fine. He's taking the scenic route. He likes looking around. You know, maybe just.
Oh,
say hi a
XSI
little
gonna
bit.
find Randy Newman, who base checks right onto him. He's gonna go for the death mark. Randy Newman goes down. He's gonna burn off of his own W, and XSI goes dominating. He's got 3.5 items. And
God,
wow.
that's half his HP.
Doesn't it do more damage based on like how many stacks that you have on him already too? So like.
Yeah, stacks of plasma and the stacks of plasma do more damage based on the missing HP. So if the second one connected there, I'm pretty sure Zealot was just dead.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I guess with the Luden's Tempest finished off, he's got a lot more AP to work with here. Well, Dragon Soul has been secured by the Wulfpack Mingos, and it's a Hextech one. That's definitely one of the better ones. Makes it really hard for anyone to deal with. Whoa. Okay, interesting that they gave the red buff to XSI, but I guess Chandler Clark is going to be far from auto range as he can be, just Wing from long range and then going for the executes with his Q off of a Killer Instinct. And now you got
that's the kind of playstyle that you go with the Halo Blade specifically. If it was something like another rune specifically designed for poking, something like maybe even Summon Airy, maybe looking to just press W. But if he connects the second one, which he is going to, he can look for the execute here. I don't think he's gonna go for it, but Slappy's going in.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, another W gonna be going in. Slappy gets on to, or goes down to Sleeping Giant, flashing over the ultimate, and there's a flash forward from Chandler Clark. He's exhausted, but the Acathian rain just does so much damage. It's 3 for 0 so far, and inhibs going down on both bot and top lane. Monster Q goes out, but it's just a Karma, and it's not going to be enough damage. Locket going to keep TJ Linear alive as well. XSI just forcing down that bot wave. The mid wave is just being kept at bay. They're going to take the Hextech gates out. Take it in the correct order there so that the person who is... Well, Chandler Clark is in a not great spot here, but there's the minion wave, and they're going to be able to extract their AD carry.
Are able to get on out of here. Oh, not before they
Third
take the
inhib.
third inhib first, but yeah. This is going to be looking like a Mingos game, if I had to say so. I mean, last game it was solidly Lamps with their lead, already taking 3 inhibitors and didn't back down after that push. But it looks like we are going to take some resets first. Looking for the Baron is... Lamp is definitely not out of it just yet. They could still find a way back into this. We are getting closer and closer to more of an endgame sort of position, where a Lethality Zaya is not going to be as potent as such as an AP Kaisa, but there's still plenty of ways to try to get back into this game, try to find a couple picks here. It's a little rough, but maybe you can get a really good Renata ulti, because right now I haven't seen...
Oh, XSI here on to Adam Suki, but Adam Suki's got the red smite, and there's the infinite duress. They're gonna catch XSI. Shutdown goes over. Sleeping Giant has just taken the Hex Gate in, and now he's getting collapsed on. Now, will he be able to make it out of here? Dressline not going to connect. He follows in. Good blast cone timing, but Adamsuki flashes to keep the fear on him. Raining Human pulls him back in with the Q, and he's going to go down very surely. There's the Guardian Angel going to be popped, and this is the potential throw. But here comes Game Koch and Chandler Clark. They do shut it down, but you've got to deal with TJ Linear on the bot side. He's dealt with by Slappy. There's the ultimate from Raining Human, kiting him out. Game Koch going very low. Zealot almost finishes him up. Meanwhile, the tower is going down. TJ Linear does secure the first and Nexus tower. They're just trying to stop the backs now. Chandler Clark just going to be getting in there. They're going to get the reset from Adamsuki, and Raining Human is here. Nice. TJ Linear trying to end the game. He goes golden, but the minions are super, and he will go down. Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki looking for something here. They do connect the W. It's a double kill. Chandler Clark secured Zealot earlier in the fight. They're dealing with super minions from 3 lanes, and they were not able to finish the game finish off the comeback. Raining Human and Slappy go down to super minions because that's basically all they are.
That's the game. Mingos, in a very Mingos fashion, are going to end up taking the Nexus thanks to the Winions. It was a shaky draft. We were worried about it, but Mingos executed really nicely. They made the 1-3-1 happen in pretty much every lane that they wanted to have it happen in, and it was executed beautifully.
Yeah, really nice job by the Wulfpack Mingos. And like, you know, 3-7-2 does not tell the story of how TJ Linear played this game, but they're going to tie up the series at 1-1. We're going to get into Game 3 after a short break. Thanks for watching, everybody.
once again with Game 3, officially Game 3 of the Mingos versus Lampost GRLCS Season 17 Finals. I'm still Red Skull Dragon, he's still H82, and they are still pretty. Say hello, guys, and welcome to Game 3's draft.
Yeah, we're getting into the draft pretty quickly. It's nice that we have a series. It's not just going to be one-sided. We've got a 1-1 score all tied up.
Yeah, this isn't the NALCS playoffs.
No, or the EU LCS playoffs. Don't forget, G2 also did their 3-0.
Really? I did not catch LEC's playoffs. But Mingos on the blue side here, they're going to be banning away. Aatrox Ari is a new ban for them. This is not something that they've banned either.
This is the run back from their draft
really?
1, so it looks like this is potentially their blue side plan.
Okay, well, the Lulu might be a change of plan, however, because was the Lulu banned by them in Game 1? No, because it was picked by them in Game 1.
Yeah, they grabbed the cog Lulu, but what was their... Hang on, I'm going to go
It was Morgana.
Morgana was their third ban.
Yeah, I still have it pulled up, but yeah, Morgana was their third ban. The Lamp side bans consistent throughout the whole series, I gotta say. The only thing that changed up is probably positioning on when they decided to ban them, but yeah. It's interesting, like, they respect Slappy's Aatrox, they respect Leroy's, or I guess Ari just in general as a champion right now, because she's pretty strong, how much damage she does without landing charm. And then banning away Lulu for any case that they decided to pull out the Lulu Kog'Maw against themselves, or maybe just Lulu because it's good and SSI probably hates it if he's going to continue the trend of playing assassins.
Yeah, yep. Wulfpack Mingos are going to first pick up the Graves. I don't hate the idea of just, like, picking yourself a jungler that you're very comfortable with, and I think that Sleeping Giant looks way more comfortable on Graves than he did on Volibear. Lampost, however, they're going to lock in Kha'Zix. I thought I was going to see Nocturne, which we have seen coming out of Adamsuki before, but it is instead going to be Kha'Zix looking for more of the assassin, the carry playstyle, and Zealot will be picked up Ashe yet again. Not this series, but we've seen a lot of Ashe out of Lampost recently.
Yeah, Zealot is a big fan of Ashe, and Adamsuki, I've seen him perform on Nocturne before. I think it's probably one of his better and more consistent champions over his time here in the GRLCS. However, it is going to be the Kha'Zix lock-in, which I can't say I have too much of experience with him on this one, so I'll have to see if he can perform. In game 2, he looked a little shaky on the Warwick. I think he definitely looked less practiced on that particular pick, maybe just trying to get it for the comp. But in that case, it didn't end up working out for them. But it looks like Mingos are going to just grab themselves the Nautilus again, maybe thinking about matching it with the Aphelios this time instead of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, if you're going to pick Aphelios, however, I don't know why you wouldn't just pick Jinx. The champion hasn't been nerfed yet.
They're sticking with it. They're going to lock in the Aphelios.
Yeah,
to be fair, they did do a little bit like gentleman's handshake in the lobby chat, saying not picking Jinx, and then they did the handshake emoji, so...
Maybe okay.
Maybe it's just like a series ban. No one's picking Jinx because that champion can get a little boring to play against. But it looks like Lamp is kind of tired of playing against assassins. They're gonna take away the Zed this time, finally making a change in these in the second round of bans instead of just focusing TJ as champion pool.
Yeah, Braum is going to be locked in for Lampost, and the Zed is going to be taken off the table from the Wulfpack Mingos, so either we're going to see the Fizz again, or we're going to see something new out of XSI here in the mid lane. The Shen as well, so Double Ninja is going to be taken off the table for the Wulfpack Mingos, so what's the top laner that got banned last time instead of Zed?
It was the...
Ornn.
Good question. It was the... Yeah, it was the Ornn they took away.
Okay. Well, that is a potential pickup for TJ Lanier, maybe, coming out of the second round of bans. Unless Slappy himself opts to pick up the Ornn, they're going to ban away Lilia and the Fiora. Lilia ban is a little bit of a question mark to me, because I don't think that that's a Slappy champion. I think of it as an Adamsuki champion, and we've already seen the Kha'Zix locked in.
It's funny that you say that, because this is something that Slappy picked in his last series, specifically against Ornn, and I would say piloted it to great success in the Ornn matchup specifically. Didn't have a ton of map pressure, or didn't have a ton of like team fight pressure, but he was able to pressure the side lanes very well, and Ornn couldn't match him in the 1v1. So I think these two bans in particular signal to me at least that the Mingos are going to be locking in the Ornn.
Okay, well, the Syndra's going to be locked in for Lampost. This is a champion that Leroy has had a lot of success on. I've seen him really perform very nicely on the Syndra. Now the Wulfpack Mingos need to pick up both of their solo lanes. Malphite going to be locked in for the Wulfpack Mingos. That could be mid or it could be top lane. And should it go mid lane, it can be AP or it could be the more traditional tank. I don't expect it to be. I expect it to just be normal top lane Malphite. And the Wulfpack Mingos will pick up a mid laner here in answer to the Syndra.
Yeah, I think the Malphite is once again specifically targeting Slappy's champion pool. I like this Zillion hover, and it's locked in. Yes.
If you're willing to play Zillion, why didn't you play this in game 1? Like,
well, no matter what happened in game 1, I think this is insanely good in game 3, specifically because not only do you have the Aphelios, that hyper carry in the bottom lane, but you have Graves, the hyper carry in the jungle, who can do extremely well when you give him a Zillion speed up, when you give him that revive, and more importantly, when you give him the experience, that time in the bottle passive where Zillion can level up his teammates. And Slappy into the Malphite is going to opt in for the Cho'Gath.
yeah, I actually quite like Cho'Gath as a tank against other tanks. Like, the lane matchup is generally actually quite good for Cho'Gath, especially against something like Malphite, who really can't do anything to you. And then it's also situationally very good. I actually, like, in terms of the grand scheme of champion select, I think Cho'Gath suffers a little bit. He's really good at shutting down things like assassins by just silencing them as soon as they come in. You don't have to aim the silence, you just have to press it generally in the correct direction. But you know, we'll see how it works out for the side of Lampost. I don't think the silence can punish nearly as hard against the Wulfpack Mingos comp this game as like something like Zed, for example.
True, but on the flip side, if you want to think about it, the silence is still going to be good if we, say, get a knock up on either Zillion or Malphite, prevents them from getting CC'd immediately, and then using the silence to make sure that they can't try to use the ulti as a counter engage, or in the flip side of things, make Zillion allow Zillion to get his ulti onto whatever target else he needs. It really locks down whoever they pick with the Cho'Gath, so it's not going to be a bad thing. It's going to be just like a nice bonus on top of it, on like a cherry on top of your nice ice cream sundae that you get with the Cho'Gath pick, honestly. And I mean, AP damage into a Malphite's always going to be a favorite, honestly.
Yeah.
To me, the question mark in this draft is really this Kha'Zix. It feels a bit out of tempo with what the rest of Lampost really wants to do. Like, you have Braum, Ashe, Syndra. That is team fight for days. A little bit of single target pick with the Syndra QE stun and the Ashe arrow. Cho'Gath, also a big team fighter, really enjoys being in these scrappy fights where he can get the feast off. But Kha'Zix is an isolation jungler. He really wants to pick somebody off on the side lane or try and just get in a unfair team in an unfair fight, like trying to dive the back line before the fight can even start. Pick up the Aphelios or pick up the Zillion before the fight can happen. And when it gets locked in this early, I feel like Mingos have actually drafted really well to counter against it.
I do think Kha'Zix can work in this this game potentially, just because of how broken evolved spike racks are. The slow is dumb. Assassins shouldn't have that. On a champion like Kha'Zix that's an assassin, why do you get to do this gigantic AoE slow that's like 1,000,000,000%? I don't know. I'm kidding.
Riot has given a lot of assassins a lot of things that they shouldn't have. Remember when LeBlanc had a silence, or when Rengar had a cleanse? Oh wait, he still does. Remember when Zed has a free teleport out? Remember when LeBlanc has a free teleport out? Remember when FaZe can go untargetable? Assassins in general have a lot of tools in their kit, and it feels like it speaks to game design more than to game balance, but that's just on my end.
No, I completely agree. But the point I'm trying to make is I think the Kha'Zix can work, and it can facilitate the same type of game plan that the rest of Lamp's comp wants to do. So I don't hate it that much in that regard. I'm concerned because Kha'Zix doesn't farm as quickly as Graves does, and I always think of Adam Suki as a very intelligent jungle player. You want him on something that can farm really efficiently while also having the opportunity to gank, so that it gives him more options. So like If you want him to farm more, he can do that. If you want him to gank more, he can do that. This Kha'Zix pick kind of narrows his options to like, I need to get a gank off so I can start snowballing and start 1v1ing the enemy Graves. Otherwise, he's just gonna outfarm me, you know?
Yeah, this is
It's going to be a little interesting. I mean, to be fair for Kha'Zix, he's probably actually going to go with First Strike, so that's going to be helping him in order to try to like make up the difference of farming speeds. So, you know, once you hit the mid game, really though, it's going to be rougher in the earlies, but we'll have to see whenever they do get into like, you know, skirmishing in around in the jungle, if that will make too much of a difference against Graves versus Kha'Zix matchup. You talked a little about it, how Adamsuki is a pretty intelligent sort of jungler. You know, all things aside, all jungle item not being bought level 1 aside, but
you just ignore that part.
yeah, we ignore that part. He's pretty good at jungling. So if he can, you know, maybe get inside a Sleeping Giant's head a little bit and find points where he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna take this Scuttle Crab, hide in bush, wait for him to pop out, maybe wait for him to rotate somewhere else, to finish up his other jungle clears. Maybe whenever he's low, I'll single target him out, and then get a free kill, and then that's his way in order to snowball. It's gonna be interesting at the very least to see how the Kha'Zix actually performs.
Yeah, I do want to say that Graves is a champion that is comfortable building armor. Like Ninja Tabbies are not a detrimental item for him to build. Maybe in particular this game he wants to grab the Mercury Treads just because you have the Cho'Gath Silence, the Syndra Stun, Braum's entire kit, part of Ash's kit. It's a lot of crowd control. So maybe if he's not grabbing Tenacity in his runes, he does want to pick up those Mercury Treads. But in general, Graves I would say is like a pretty proficient dueling jungler, and it's, as we saw last game, a jungler that Sleeping Giant is very comfortable on. And now that you have, instead of an assassin supporting him on his back, you have a Zillion behind him, something that can really provide him a lot of utility and allow him to go a little bit harder, go a little bit further, try and like press for lethal that little bit more. I think this, if I had to call out one draft in particular for being better or just like more ahead, I'd have to give it to the Mingos.
I think that this is the best Mingos. This is the best draft Mingos have had this series thus far. And Lampost has had not terrible drafts. I actually think that their draft this game is also quite good. So this is the game where a lot of it I was gonna say something, but I also think that the Mingos were able to win with a much worse draft last game. So I don't know. It's tough. Lamppost jungler is the one big question mark, it seems, from like all three of us, and even that I think like you could make the case for it. So, but like I said, even with First Strike, right? You're getting some gold back, but it costs you essentially like half the value of what you consider a keystone to be worth, because that value is in the gold. So so basically what I mean is like, you have First Strike and that gold is good, but you still need to like either be able to farm better than the enemy jungler or gank better than the enemy jungler to be ahead of the enemy jungler. And since Kha'Zix is not going to be able to outfarm Graves, it puts a lot of pressure on Adamsuki, which I think you want Adamsuki to have more options than I have to gank this lane and it has to work, you know?
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, the pressure is definitely on Adamsuki to perform in this early game, to try and outgank Sleeping Giant, and to try and make sure that he's getting enough value out of that First Strike to outvalue the farm and the ganks that Sleeping Giant is going to be able to pull off. Again, like we're saying, it's a question mark and it's a concern for this draft, but if this Kha'Zix does pop off and starts to get ahead, I think it's going to be very dangerous for Wulfpack Mingos to actually play against.
Yeah, so getting into game 3 on the blue side, it is the Wulfpack Mingos. They're looking for level 1 invade, so I'll hold that thought and make sure that Slappy makes it out of here alive. It looks like he will. And he's gonna knock up some people on the way out. It's TJ Linear in the top lane on Malphite, Sleeping Giant in the jungle on Graves, XVII in the mid lane on Zillion, and in the bottom lane it's Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki on Aphelios and Nautilus.
While over onto the red side, we have ourselves the Lampost. And oops, I forgot to make that change.
TJ has found Adamsuki, but his teammates have kind of abandoned him. Adamsuki's going to get a nice early first strike proc. Slappy is going to look for the knockout. There it is. Zealot is here as well. Who are they going to donate the first blood to? It goes to Adamsuki. Gets himself the treasure hunter proc and the first strike. That's a lot of gold in his pocket.
Like, why is he there?
Classic Mingos fashion.
No, I don't understand why TJ Lanier is just
classic Mingos.
Why did he?
Oh,
the question really is,
Mingos.
why did he stay after his teammates had all left? Because now it means that Adamsuki is not only going to start with the longsword, but he's also got enough money to get the control ward as well. They have the ward on the red buff, so they'll see where Sleeping Giant is starting, and this is exactly the kind of start that Adamsuki is looking for when he's already pressured to get ahead.
Oh man. Well, I mean, that is good. Adamsuki does, as a result, have to start his buff leashless, and he starts it late as well. So it's... You wish that happens a little bit earlier, but you're not going to complain about it, right?
I mean, he has a longsword to help him catch up in terms of camps. So I don't think he's going to be sad about it. It's going to be a little bit rougher, but I mean, he's doing all his single target camps anyways, so it's not too bad in all means. So.
Oh, this is
All right,
level 2
hit
picked up.
first. Nice disengage though. Randy Newman gonna slow him up so he can't get in there and just get a free auto off.
Yeah, I like the aggressive look that Chandler and Gabe were looking for. I think just in this particular case, it was a nice disengage. I do want to point out, summoner spells for the bottom laners. We have the cleanse for Chandler Clark, which I think is the usual very smart choice into Ashe, into Braum, into Syndra. But we have Zealot taking Ghost, and Randy Newman taking heal.
Of course, he's using Ghost to make sure that he can stay on his slowed target and keep them slowed so that his damage dealers can kill them. He's support Ashe.
Yeah, it's like
the Ashe build, I see.
Yeah, it's like that one rune that you would go for the exact same reason. You know, approach velocity. It does the whole thing, except it doesn't take a whole summoner spell slot for it. But
No. Classic Lampost.
Classic GRLCS finals.
I'm not sure. I don't really actually have a justification for this one, to be honest with you.
It definitely feels like Ghost is going to have a lot less utility than something like Exhaust or like Heal would. I don't hate like the potential idea behind it. I appreciate that Zealot is trying to experiment and look for what's going to potentially give him the edge. Because as we've seen in the GRLCS in the past, Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki are an incredibly potent bottom lane combo. They know each other very well. They have really good synergy built up together. So I think it's on the other side's bottom lane to look for the advantage wherever they can find it. Yeah. Speaking of advantage, Gabe Kochki going to get stunned up. Nice disengage from Randy Newman and from Zealot. I think Chandler Clark was just a little too far away to take advantage of the potential engage from Gabe there. And just as I'm praising them, they go and be uncoordinated.
Yeah.
Cool.
That was definitely like Gabe Kochki's like, I landed it, let's get him, and Chandler Clark is like, back in Narnia.
I am 2 miles away from you, sir.
Zealot and Randy Newman though, good punish on that one. He's like stuck right in their face and just getting stunned up by Braum passive. I think Braum is being underrated pick. I don't think he's particularly like overpowered or even particularly popular, but I think he does really well into like heavy engage comps like Malphite, like Nautilus. The disengage power of the Glacial Fissure cannot be overstated, and Unbreakable to block any follow-up engage, like any projectiles from Chandler Clark, for example, is quite good.
Yeah. Potentially blocking out like the Moonlight Vigil or the collateral damage, or even just tanking the double bomb for your team so it can't hit the targets behind you. Even if there is a little bit of the AoE there, reducing the amount of space that your backliners need to dodge away from those double bomb stuns can be really, really useful.
Absolutely. It's going to be a little bit interesting how it really goes. I mean, Chandler Clark is piloting the Philios. I actually haven't seen him play Philios in a little bit here, so it's going to be interesting to see how it really turns up. Well, Zealot, you know, I was maybe being a little harsh with the you know, you could just take approach velocity and it does the same game plan, but Ghost nonetheless it is going to help you kite a little bit and maybe get that spacing, maybe trick TG linear whatever he's trying to use that unstoppable force, and try or
Cool,
maybe
very
dodge away
nice.
from some of these bombs. The little extra movement speed might be useful and play towards a little bit more of a controlling the battlefield type of ADC thing, where you're really just making it hard for them to try to maneuver around.
We do see the early roam from TJ here. Adam Sugi gets spotted by XVII, but I think Mingos are just going to be fairly happy to take this early Ocean Dragon and make sure that they don't get ganked in the middle lane. I like the roam from TJ. I think it's really smart to just cover your mid laner. Randy is looking to get aggressive onto Chandler. ADC is a little too far away to really take advantage of that one, but I like the aggression.
Yeah, I think he saw the dragon go down. He realized Gabe Kochki must be over there helping out Sleeping Giant, and he's thinking, okay, now it's our chance. Let's 2v1 Chandler Clark. But his AD carry is a little bit farther than he would have liked. Just gonna land a little bit of damage with the Winner's Bite.
Q does an insane amount of damage. I don't know if anybody's like talked about this recently, but that ability hurts. That ability really hurts.
It has max HP with Brahms, it scales with Brahms max HP. So right now it's not particularly not like super strong, but like its base damage just also scales up really nicely. It does do a lot. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, for a man that's carrying a door made by Ornn, an unbreakable door, he throws some pretty chunky hits at you. Yeah, you gotta give him that at the very least. But looking a little into this early game here, not too much to really talk about. I mean, the first blood with Adazuki being able to pick up that is going to be, you know, helping their case in order to try to get a little bit of lead. Already having this rated Dirk. Ooh, look at all those chakrams.
Chakrams, though. No way Lampost are going to take this fight. But yeah, it's been a very slow early game. No team really wanted to take that first aggressive action just yet. Both junglers pretty happy to farm up. Zealot, that Ash arrow is going into Narnia. Dave Koski, the stun's going to get stacked up. Electrocute comes down, but no stun to come through. I think... I'm trying to think of any reason why Zealot would cast his arrow in that particular direction. The only thing I can think of is potentially he was looking to aim at his mini-map, but you're so close to Gabe Kochki at that point. I don't think that's really what was going on. I don't know.
Yeah, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna press R. It could have been like, yeah, he might have just like straight up had his camera panned incorrectly or something. I don't know, but either way, as a result of that, that's a lot of Leroy's time. For what should have been a kill lost, so blame Zealot, I guess.
Adamsuki has made his way up here. I do, like we were talking about last game with the Graves, he has opted for this Umbral Glaive first item. I mentioned it a little before. The item got buffed, it's a little cheaper now, just that extra 100 gold off that combined cost, which means that the 50 AD and the lethality... Oh, Slappy! Takes the solo kill. I didn't even see that one coming. Finds the knock-up onto TJ and just noms him away.
Yeah, wow. Well, Slappy is starting out this game a little bit better than last game, where he's just getting solo killed by Teemo. Additionally, Zealot and Randy Newman, you know, we were talking about how well Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki, you know, coordinate with one another. But regardless of all that, Zealot and Randy Newman have just consistently been outlaning Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki in terms of farm. So you're seeing that happen once again. Zealot is about a wave and a half up in terms of farm over Chandler Clark, and the arrow is back and available. Chandler Clark does have the cleanse, however, in order to negate that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there were... or really look for anything to really do at the moment here. Randy Newman also having his ult available, the Glacial Fissure, could help if they really want to try to look for any 2v2s. But, I mean, with a constant wave shoving down here, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just looking to try to maybe just keep up a little bit of pressure with the dragon spawning up here in about a minute or so. So, we'll just have to see how that turns out.
Axe speed slow, TJ landing just not letting Slappy get those last autos in, but he's gonna take the tower shot. The feast is back up if Slappy wants to find another solo kill for himself. I think he's definitely looking to threaten it, but TJ does have the unstoppable, so
Oh no.
Could potentially get
no,
himself.
he's
I
dead.
think he's just dead.
Oh.
Splash away from TJ. Cancels the auto. Doesn't let himself get eaten. We're already seeing the power of this early Umbral Glaive because it wasn't just the combined cost that went down. It was also 10 seconds taken off of the cooldown of that item. So not really needing a sweeper in inventory as it's up just every 30 seconds. And you're able to one-shot most wards, two-shot pink wards.
Ooh,
They may have found Sleeping Giant. They're going to come in. There's the Glacial Fissure. A nice flash away from Sleeping Giant. There's the Zillion ulti from SSI. And Sleeping Giant is going to be able to walk away from that one. I also want to point out, you were talking about it in the previous game, he is going to be looking for the Gore Drinker build this time around. Oh, nice flash from Gabe Kochki, but a good flash away from Adam Suki at the same time.
Yeah, is this actually the Gore Drinker build, or is it Stridebreaker? I don't remember what build.
The Stridebreaker has the attack speed item, the Hearthbound Axe, but the Gore Drinker has the CDR item, the Call of Fields.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Herald is going to be dropped here in the mid lane by Sleeping Giant. He is able to pick that one up, and now the rest of the team is here ready to fight over this dragon. There's the flank coming out from
Leroy finds
Slappy.
two.
Yeah.
There's the arrow onto TJ. The Unstoppable Force finds a 3-man knockup, but there's no follow-up just yet. TJ is going to get blown up. There's the blow-up on the front side from Leroy as well. Slappy's here on the flank. Sleeping Giant doesn't get blown up immediately, but does get taken down. Chamber Clark flashes away, but a nice placement on the knockup from Slappy. Gives a triple kill over to Zealot. He has the Ghost active. He was ready to fight, and that's going to be the Dragon for Lampost.
Just in much better team fighting there from Lampost. The Slappy comes in from the backside, and yes, it's Cho'Gath. He's very threatening on a flank because of how much CC he provides to the fight. The AoE silence, the AoE knockup, and just a big damage nuke in the form of his Feast, which he had available just in time for that fight. He didn't quite get the kill with it, but he's able to finish it off with an auto attack. But like Sleeping Giant, I think, made the call, hey, let's all just turn and try and kill Slappy before the fight starts, and the rest of the team is getting collapsed on by Zealot, slowed up by Randy Newman and Zealot's volley, and they're just like getting collapsed on, perfectly coordinated by Lampost. It's so hard to actually coordinate a collapse with a flank, because one side can just get turned on and die, but they did it at the perfect timing.
Yeah, it really is on the team getting flanked to make the call and say, okay, we're going to all in on this side of the fight or the other one.
Yeah, it was a really good play, and it resulted in 4-1 because I believe the only kill was over inside whenever he dropped the double bomb for the Leroy. So yeah, that is looking like a pretty good lead, a full Kraken Slayer in benefit for Zealot. He's going to be doing a lot of damage in these team fights. While
no. Adams here. Gabe Kochki might be caught out. There's the Glacial Fissure. Nice placement to catch him up on the wall. Zealot gets the kill donated. There's the arrow. Nice cleanse away from Chandler Clark. But this is another kill donated to this Ashe, who is not going the Shield Bow plus Wit's End build. This is a Kraken Slayer Ashe. This is damage focused.
Quite a bit of damage potentially coming out of Zealot here. With the Kraken Slayer finished off, the mythic items are coming in across the board, but Slappy is quite a bit of gold ahead over TJ Lanier, is much more threatening. And the other thing about that fight is TJ Lanier got a 3-man knockup with no follow-up because everyone else was just dying, which is unfortunate. I don't know if XSI was able to get his ult off in that fight, or if it was already still on cooldown from when he had to flash ult Sleeping Giant because he was getting jumped on.
Oh, the tower's gonna go down, but Chandler Clark is just dead instantly. The damage coming out from that Ranger's focus from Zealot. Now is the time for him to kite out. He's got the lethal tempo stacked up. The slows are coming through, but there's a fight in the top side as well. Sleeping Giant blast comes over the wall. TJ still holding on to that unstoppable force, just waiting to use it. There's the knockup. Adamsuki has rotated in, though. He's found his way in. Slappy's taking a lot of damage, still has that good consume. There it is, takes him down, but Sleeping Giant is fully healthy. Shutdown gold goes over to him. It's a double kill for this Graves. The Leroy has rotated up. Exercise on his way, but he's still pretty far. Sleeping Giant holding onto those double buffs, playing around the vision. There's the red smite. Leroy doesn't have the damage to break through him. The stun doesn't come through. Sleeping Giant is so tanky with the Guard Drinker. It's practically a triple kill for this Graves. 3 kills in a row. Disgustingly played from Sleeping Giant.
Absolutely insane play from a Sleeping Giant. Great play around the vision. Nicely, he goes forward into the Leroy. And I don't know if you know this just geometrically, but it's harder to land the cones like that when the target is closer to you because you have so much more adjustment you have to make angle-wise. So a Sleeping Giant puts himself really close to him. There's no ball in between him and the Leroy, so there's no stun coming out, just the knockback, and Sleeping Giant just annihilates the Leroy off of that play. Great job by him. The collateral damage is enough to finish off Adamsuki and Slappy, with a little bit of help from TJ Lanier. Admittedly, TJ Lanier did go down, so like Lamp got one back, but it's a 1 for 3 and 3 kills on the Graves that Sleeping Giant is going to perform very well on it.
And I gotta say, I really love the Graves build where you build Gore Drinker. It just reminds me, it just makes me think it's like he's just hitting them with the butt of their gun and he's healing off of it. And it's like he spins around in a circle, just elbowing everyone, and he just heals off. I don't know, it's just a funny image for me, but yeah, I really like the build. It has a lot of damage because of how Grave combos works. You always weave in something in between all of his stuff. This gives another way for you to try to do a little bit of auto cancel and get something else to do while your other stuff is in motion. So it's still a monster though, 5-0, and unfortunately we don't have like a Zed on our team this time around. We talked down about the Assassins the past few games. I'm going to talk up about it. This is a great time to have someone who's really good at taking down single targets. High priority targets such as the Ashe, but I mean the Zillion is still going to be very potent nevertheless. I mean, you saw how much damage he's doing with the double bombs, plus the CC he'll get off of it, and the Everfrost he just built, as well as just overall the utility of his ulti is just going to be insane. But this Ashe is running a little too far amok at the moment.
I do think an Assassin would be really hard to play against Cho'Gath. Like I said, getting silenced as you go in is just like, you're gonna die, because not only can you not kill the target you need to, you also can't use your mobility abilities to escape, which is what Assassins need to do in order to be useful. Third dragon of the game is spawning here in about 15 seconds. It is 1 dragon apiece, so no fast tracks towards that dragon soul, but nevertheless, this is a dragon that will be contested by both sides. Rift Herald potentially going to be dropped by Slappy, drawing some attention and pressure away from the Wulfpack Mingos. Even if they are able to secure this teamfight win, they might lose a lot off of it.
Oh, Mingos are playing a little bit cheeky with the vision. Randy Newman's going to start up the dragon. PJ's getting sped up. There's the Unstoppable Force. A nice blast away by Zealot. Randy Newman's taking up a lot of damage. Gabe Kashi down the front side. Doesn't have his Aftershock active just yet. Zealot wants in. He's getting hooked in, though. There's the knockup. There's the Moonlight Vigilance just for the heal, though. The teamfight is coming all over the place. Sleeping Giant is going to heal with the Gore Trigger. XVII gets the ultimate down on him as well. Chandler Clark with the red and white guns. Red and white. Do not fight. Chandler Clark is going to get himself the kill. He doesn't get the kill into the Cho'Gath. I guess Sleeping Giant picked it up with the red smite, but that is a big team fight win for the Mingos.
Yeah, absolutely insane. That looked so bad, because TJ Lanier ults one person and it's the Braum. He throws up the Unbreakable, he's able to tank up projectiles, and then disengages really nicely with the Glacial Fissure. And then it just looks like they're all gonna die, but huge double time bomb from XSI stuns up 3 people. And then they just sort of turn it around with how much damage Sleeping Giant and Chandler Clark are outputting with that red-white gun, and with just the general damage of a Graves that had 3 kills prior to that fight. It's really nicely done by the Wulfpack Mingos.
Yeah, I'm gotta say that is like night and day compared to that last fight we saw for the Dragon Pit. And I think that's, if we, wanted to look back a little bit at it, Chandler Clark did previously have, I believe it was the rifle plus the gravity gun, which, terrible combo, or not terrible combo, but not a combo you really want whenever you're trying to go for a team fight. That's good for making picks, but you can really see the little bit of a Aphelios issue whenever you have to try to play around what guns you have at the moment. Right now. Ooh.
Oh, TJ wants in. There's the Unstoppable Force on the Zealot, but where's the team follow-up? This is not AP Malphite. He can't just one-shot somebody. So that is just going to be the ulti loss for a bit of his health bar. I say a bit, it's practically nothing, because Zealot, while he's got the Kraken Slayer, it's not doing a ton of damage to this Malphite, which has me a little concerned.
Yeah, I think TJ Lanier just got a little bit too excited. He's like, yes, we just won a team fight. Now I'm going to ult, and we're going to pick somebody. His team is just like a million miles away, and he's like, well, I guess I'll leave. Unlucky.
I do want to say I really like this Graves build so far. The Gore Drinker in itself is going to make him so tanky. XVII might be in a bit of trouble, but he has the time slowing capability, so I don't think Slap is going to be able to approach him at all. But the Gore Drinker combined with the Death Stance and then a Maul Memorious afterwards is going to make him so ridiculously difficult to kill. Even with like Zealot putting down the Kraken Slayer autos, even with like full burst coming out from Adamsuki and Leroy, like the power of Death Stance and the healing from Gore Drinker, along with a zillion ulti behind him, no matter if you put all your focus into him, potentially he still just gets to come back.
Yeah, I do, and there's a reason why like Bruisers and Juggernauts are super powerful in solo queue, because their items are the most broken. You get Gore Drinker, you get Death Stance, you get Mauve Malmortius. Like, those items are insanely efficient in terms of both defensive and offensive capabilities, especially on champions that have high AD ratios like Aatrox, like Graves. It's not fair. Death Stance's passive is not fair.
It's absolutely insane. I actually wonder, because Graves is not, like, technically a melee champion if he's only getting the 10% damage reduction instead of the 30, but I know he's really short range, so I don't know exactly how the game counts.
I think he still counts as a range champion for purposes of those items, but
okay, so he doesn't get full damage reduction.
Yeah.
If you know, like, Rakan, even though he has a very short range for his melees, he also still counts as range. I only found that out whenever Rakan was first released, and I was building, or I wanted a
Bow.
Oh,
no.
Oh, beautiful cleanse. Chandler Clark putting on his best Captain Jack.
Didn't miss a step on that, but yeah, it was the old support item that did executes, but only for melee supports. Didn't do the execute.
Yeah, the Targons.
So, yeah, the old Targons, and I hated that because as Rakan, I was like, I don't want to poke as him. Why? And I just had to buy the Targons and hope that I kill, or I just try to poke as best I can, and that's my passive.
You bought the coin.
Oh right.
And that
like,
was really
mana gold back.
Yeah, the coin, passive money. But it wasn't even. Yeah, it was alright. But
it was alright because it built into like the Shirelia's item, but you didn't build it because it like gave you the mana and the health back. You built it because you couldn't execute and you didn't want to poke. It was always the third string choice.
I thought it was fun picking up all the coins off the ground, though. It was like, ooh, a penny.
Yeah, it was a little minigame.
Yeah. Also, the active on that item was easily the best of the three. Because it was Shirelia's.
Yeah,
it was Shirelia's versus the Spooky Ghost. But Gabe Koshki wants in. I don't know if they wanted to get the pick onto the Slappy, but they're burning all of their ultimates, Unstoppable Force, everything to take down this choke. Chandler Clark's going to pick up that one. Again, red and white, they don't want to fight. Here's the Everfrost to get the root, but they don't have the second bomb to get in. Teleport's being burned from the Leroy. It looks like they really want to contest this third dragon. Getting wards over the wall. Nice bomb to scout it out. Chandler Clark just taking the ward over the wall. Not even going to be contested on that one.
Yeah, and they're not going to find a way into this pit.
Yeah, they want to contest 45, but there's nothing for them to do.
Yeah, really nice job.
Go ahead.
No, honestly, like, yeah, they burned all their abilities, literally every ability, plus including Unstoppable Force, in onto Slappy, but that's really all you need, because who else is going to allow you to walk into the pit like that? The Scout of the Week, Leroy wasn't in a position to fish for Scout of the Week. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, if you burn it there, you're opting into a 4v5, and you might not even hit a target you want to try and kill. You know, honestly, like, yeah, it looked weird to us at the time, but in hindsight, it's a really good call for the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. Okay, now TJ Lanier jumping in like that might not have been.
Slappy's got the teleport in. TJ has the Unstoppable Wolf. He just wants to get himself over the wall, but he's going to opt to use his flash instead. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Everfrost. He gets taken down. Saved his ulti cooldown for the next game, and I think that might just opt the Lamppost into taking this Baron, unless they're worried about the potential 4v5 re-engage.
Yeah, I don't think you're not afraid of it getting stolen, even though the feast has been used. You're not afraid of getting stolen. You're afraid of dying. Because, like, even without the Malphite there's still a lot of power to win a 4v5 team fight, especially if you've been tanking Baron.
Yeah, tanking Dragon is one thing, but tanking Baron, giving that magic resist shred specifically for the zillion double bombs, those AoE threats that are coming in, it can be difficult to try and like maneuver a fight around that if you're not going to just turn instantly.
Yeah, and it's really hard. Like zone control type mages like Victor, like Oriana, and like Zillion, who can just drop bombs in areas, I think are especially difficult to take Baron against, because if you're funneling your people into the Baron pit, that's just like, alright, I'm gonna put the double time bombs right at the entrance, and you're either gonna have to walk through them to kill me, or you can just like stand in the pit and like let my teammates set up big AoE abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does provide a quite interesting situation. And if they did opt in to try to go for a Baron fight right there, if you saw, Chandler Clark also had his chakrams as well as gravitum guns, so and his Moonlight Vigil available. So either one of those would have been really key ultimates in order where a 4v5 is actually not even that bad of a fight if you can get a good combo of your ulti.
Yeah, good start to the fight.
Yeah, if you get a good start, you can just start the fight 4v4 instead, even if you engage as a 4v5.
Yeah, our next big cooldown is the Hextech Dragon that's coming out. The Baron is up, but I don't think either of these teams can really start it for free just with the amount of engage both sides have. So I think we're mostly just waiting on the Dragon spawn to see if Lampost can mount a defense and not give over the Hextech Soul. Sleeping Giant might have been caught out, but he's got the he's got the tenacity boots, so he'll be able to just collateral damage himself out just fine.
Yeah, he's also, like we said, he's fairly tanky with the Gore Drinker pickup, and not quite.
That's unlucky. The double bomb is not gonna find its target. Randy Newman and Zealot. If they took the double bomb there, I think that's potentially just a kill. It looks like Lampost is gonna start at the Baron anyway. There's no vision for the Mingos right now. They have no idea that this is happening. They're starting to sense it out now. Gabe Kochki is walking towards the pit. He's gonna get comboed down by the Leroy, putting in a bit of damage onto this Nautilus. But that's just the Baron gone. Really nice execution by Lampost to just burst that one down.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know if they knew it was happening. I want to say I think they knew it, but they were opting intentionally not to contest it. With collateral damage down, and with TJ Linear having to channel a teleport to really even get in there, plus the fact, like you said, the fact they have no vision in the area, it's probably just them saying, it's fine, we can wait out Baron, it's fine, like, we'll just try not to get caught like this.
Doesn't get over the wall with the unstoppable force. Slap is going to start autoing him down. Adamsuki is here for the follow-up as well, trying to get to the Hextech, but you can't channel it while you're taking damage. That's TJ down again. Before an important objective, the death timer is longer than the dragon spawn timer, so even if he channels his teleport, he's going to be here fairly late. And now without his ultimate, I don't know if it'll be back up. I don't know the exact timing on that cooldown just right now. He'll potentially have it up when he actually gets to the fight, but again, he's going to get there late. Adamsuki going on to Gabe Kochki, but a nice disengage. Randy Newman wants to find it. There's no fight to be had just yet.
They could potentially, again, they can still take 4v5 fights if they play it correctly,
on the
but
flank,
not like
finds the knock-up. Gabe Kochki's just bursted out. There's the Moonlight Vigil for a bit of damage into Zealot. There's the collateral damage. He fights it, shut down. Goes over to Sleeping Giant. Now Slappy stuck into 1 versus 3. X-Side looking for the stun, but a great knockback from that Blast Cone. Randy Newman defending his top laner. In the meantime, Adamsuki is taking the Dragon. Great double bomb to find a 2-man stun, but the feast is there. Slappy picks up Sleeping Giant. TJ Lanier is finally here on the flank. Does have the ulti. He's just waiting on a target to burn it. Chandler Clark uses the cleanse for himself. The knockup goes down onto the Leroy. Nice flash away. Chandler Clark, no, gets deleted by the unleashed power. TJ Lanier now left all on his lonesome. XSI is going to try and help out his top laner, but there is nothing to be done. Slappy goes on a rampage, and Lampost have taken the momentum back for themselves.
Yeah, they were, obviously, XSI was not expecting Sleeping Giant to just die from 60% HP to the feast from Slappy. He still has the ultimate throughout all of that. I think he's resolved only to use it on himself or Sleeping Giant, but he just was not expecting Slappy to burst him down from quite that high of an HP total. It does true damage. You have a ton of resistances when you build Mob Memortius, you have Guardian Angel, you have Death Dance. You don't have quite as much health to play around that beast.
And that just spelled a pretty disastrous fight, especially with TJ Lanier also coming in at the tail end of that fight, through the Dragon Pit. I mean, sure, he was looking for a flank on someone, and he did find a flank onto the Leroy, but Leroy just changed his focus over to Chandler Clark, who not necessarily was very ready to have a fight at that moment. He was sporting his red and green gun at the moment, so not the most amount of damage, still pretty good amount of damage. Like, there's a couple of ways you can cancel out your auto, or cancel your auto animations with those, but not the most you want to see.
Look at how much armor Slappy has stacked up. My god, that is a tanky Void monster.
Yeah, Thornmail, Frozen Heart, Steel Caps. It's a lot of armor, and you know you get free HP value from your stacks on the Cho'Gath. He's very tanky, and up against like the very minor amount of magic damage coming out of Malphite Zillion, he's effectively just like unkillable.
Yeah, it's without the LDR coming out from Chandler, it's going to be very difficult for anybody on the Mingo side to actually deal with this Cho'Gath. He's approaching 5,000 HP. I think if he gets something like a Force of Nature or a Spirit Visage in his inventory, he's quite literally unkillable.
Yeah, and I do also think like there's very good reasons to go Gale Force in this game for Chandler Clark, but just the fact that you don't have Kraken Slayer to actually do meaningful damage to armor stacking things like Cho'Gath, your magic damage is not enough that you'll have damage in your champion's entire kit to kill this Cho'Gath right now.
Wonder if potentially XSI should have opted for the Liandry's since their team is so low damage. We see these problems with Twisted Fate all the time, where teams draft the Twisted Fate and it's the only real source of magic damage. But then he does the utility build, like the Everfrost plus Rapid Fire, right? So you don't have a lot of damage coming out from him, but he's your only real source of magic damage. So it doesn't end up really being that effective in the game, despite being like really good at locking down a single target.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, this build is not bad. It's really good to have a lot of utility as Twisted Fate, but all the utility in the world doesn't matter if like in the like 10 seconds the guy's locked down and he's taken like 40% of his health bar.
Yeah, CC is good. Damage sometimes is necessary.
Oh no, damage is literally always necessary. It's just like a matter of how much damage you need and how much time you have to put it out. Like that's what, like utility and damage are like a multiplicative thing. You have to have the right amount of each, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
gosh.
we'll just have to see. Chandler Clark did finish his IE at the moment, so you will be doing a lot of damage to all the other targets. But right now, as you're really just nailing down onto the point, no one to deal with this Slappy at the moment other than let's just keep hitting him with like 80 chakrams and he'll probably die.
Slappy's just gonna walk in fearless here into all 5 members of the Mingos. He takes about, there it is, 40% of his HP, about down to 50%. He doesn't have a Warbogs in inventory, so that damage is going to stick. He's going to be forced to back and to teleport into this dragon fight, but he's got enough time that he's not really worried about losing his potency in this fight. There's the teleport channel. Randy Newman forced to hop over the wall. Mingos do have positioning on this, but Slappy's just walking immediately back to full HP. TJ Later's caught out on the side. Adasuki trying to do burst to him, but that is the full tank Malphite. Not exactly who you want to do damage to. TJ finds a knock-up on the Zealot. There's the second knock-up from the Nautilus, but Nautilus instead just gets deleted, feasted down on by Slappy. TJ's the next to go. There's the Zillion ult. He finally finds him. Sleeping Giant, his resurrection is going to pop onto him as well with the GA. TJ trying to get the damage down onto the Leroy. There's the Unleashed Power and the final Q to take him down. Sleeping Giant does find Zealot, though. Got the revive off and got enough healing with his Death Stance, but he does finally get picked up by the Leroy. It's a double kill for the
Did Adasuki just kill himself?
Suki is finding his way in. He's got the GA, so he was looking for the healing coming from the Kha'Zix W. He managed to find it and manages to stay alive. XSI, the only Mingos member left. Randy Newman, Slappy, and Adasuki are going to take this dragon. Suki does have the smite, so I don't think a steal is going to come through, but XSI is looking for it. Doesn't find it. Nice stun from the Leroy. There's the Zhonya's, but I don't think XSI, you're getting out of this one.
Yeah, Leroy with the last second teleport into the bottom lane catches a very optimistic XSI on the potential steal. Now both teams at soul point. It's so hard when Slappy's literally just walking into your team and just dumpstering your like one person with the feast. He's basically removing one person from the fight.
He's got over 5,000 HP. He is just walking forward. He does not care.
And I'm not sure who did XVII ult in that fight.
It was
TJ.
Yeah, TJ.
Ah, I see.
So, I mean, he kept him alive, kept that friend life for him, but Channel Heart just kind of got bursted down by Adam Suki, and it was just, I don't know, just
Oh, the
super
Mingos are
unfortunate.
trying to find a fight, but the stun from the Leroy is going to delete the top of the jungle of the Wulfpack Mingos. Now they're going to have to look to mount a base defense, but Adam Suki doesn't want to let him go. Looking for the all-in onto Chandler Clark is going to burn down. Gabe Koshki has to sit and watch as an 80 carry falls. XSI is in the base. He's going to be trying to defend, but with the Baron buff and all 5 members alive, I have to assume that Lamp is just going to take this game.
Yeah, this one's definitely going the way of Lampost. Flappy is just not contestable. Prowler's Claw comes out. XSI is actually surviving. I don't know if he wanted to survive
Gabe
through that
Koshki
ult.
trying to get the final defense, but it's just not going to be enough. XSI is going to not die in the base, finds himself a double kill, but the Nexus will fall, and Lamppost are going to take advantage and go up 2-1 in the series.
Ugh. Tough, really tough one when Slappy gets to be that tanky. Your magic damage is just not sufficient in that comp, and it looked really good for quite a while. Sleeping Giant was just so strong at the same time as being nigh on unkillable, plus having the Zillion ult backing him up, but just not enough damage coming out from this team composition to deal with Slappy. He's super tanky, just stacks armor, nothing really contesting him.
And with that, we will be taking a short break as we get ready for Game 4 of this series. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Internet, hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Lampost versus Mingos finals here in GRLCS Season 17. Lampost just won the game number 3 in order to put themselves up 2-1 and at match point here up against the Wulfpack Mingos. Now we're getting into game number 4. We're banning... this is different because... I'll tell you why. Because the Wulfpack Mingos have returned to their starting roster. They picked Nick Swantek back up. His computer issues have been resolved, and as a result, the Vladimir has to be banned, according to Lampost.
Yeah, the changing of the ban from the Vladimir away from the Ari ban that they've been sticking with against the Mingos substitute mid laner it's a choice, and I think it's probably a good one, just as Vladimir Nick Swantek has a history of playing and is very good at it, and Vladimir is a very good champion if you let him get ahead. So seeing that one banned away, not too shocking. Yeah, getting buffed next patch. A little worried about that one. Lamp is gonna hover the volley bear. They are just gonna insta-lock it in for Adam Suki. I like this early start.
I mean, Adam Suki has been known for playing a lot of these early game junglers. Volibear is no exception, where he's really good early game. He's pretty good mid game, and I mean his W just carries him late game, honestly.
Oh, I absolutely love Adam Suki on Volibear. I think he's every time I see him play it, I think he's just like mega smurfing on Volibear. So I think it's a good pickup for Lampost. Obviously, the champion falls off really hard, but it's something I know Adam Suki will have a good impact on. The Wulfpack Mingos lock in the Victor. Nice blind pickable mid laner. Will offer you the necessary damage to get through tanks that Mingos were not, like, just lacked so much in that last game. And they'll also pick up Kai'Sa, yet again, like, a lot of magic damage and physical damage, potentially, depending on how you build. But a lot of tank killing power here. So Lampost maybe not going to opt for quite as much of a Cho'Gath type focus.
Well,
Ari's the hover right now.
Yeah, finally not banned away by the Mingos. Oddly enough, they decided to ban away the Viger this time around, even though it was Lamp previously that was consistently banning it, then Akshan, but now pivoting away around from it. So, oddly enough, they did let the Ari through, and Leroy is going to be piloting it.
Yeah, they're also going to look to take away the Nautilus. I think this is a really smart pick away, as Kai'Sa Nautilus is that premier fighting bottom lane, just the ability to stack up the passive as quickly as possible for that Kai'Sa. There are other options. I think both Leona and Thresh do a very similar job as Nautilus, if maybe a little bit more difficult to execute on in Thresh's case, but also have more versatility. I think that there are definitely counterpicks to Nautilus. We'll just have to see what Gabe Kajki wants to grab for himself. He's looking at the Leona.
Yeah, and this would not be surprising at all. Leona, I think, is just a really good champion, generally speaking, in the support role. I don't know how to play it because I'm really bad, but it does offer you a lot of the same benefits. You get 2 procs of Kai'Sa passive with your combo, as well as extra damage coming out of those sunlight procs, and then your ultimate is just like, Solar Flare is really good.
Yeah, so if they're a really good ability, they are going to ban away the Xayah, so Nautilus, I like this ban. They'll probably take away a second AD carry ban, maybe take away the Aphelios, see how far down the tier list they can put Zealot on. But interestingly enough, Zeri hasn't seen any presence in these pick ban phases at all, despite how prevalent she's been recently. We are on the live patch, so she has been, I would say, heftily nerfed quite a few times, but the crit build has come into favor for her, and it's not bad. And it looks like the Mingos don't want to let Zealot have his hands on that one, so they are going to take it away.
Yeah, so you expect something like Zealot to pick up just the Ashe like he did last game. I think he does well on it. It's a lot of utility for your team as well. So honestly, I'm not sure if these bans are really all that efficient on the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. Lampost seemed to have been very comfortable just having Zealot on utility type 80 carries. I don't think Xayah is particularly like. Oh, wait, it's Tom Kench Top, by the way.
That's Tom Top, yeah.
TK.
Tommy Kench.
Yeah. So this is a pick. It definitely had its, what do you call it? It's what people who support it, and you're gonna see Lilia top You were talking about this in last game because it got banned away from Lampost, and now they're going to pick it up again. Lilia does really, really well into melee top laners. Tom Kench had already been locked in for the Wulfpack Mingos, so that's going to be the counter pick up for Lampost, and now we're going to see the last pick jungle for the Wulfpack Mingos.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see what they lock in. It's coming down to the wire for them. They're taking their time on it. I'm a little surprised that they did blind pick the top laner like this when they know Slappy loves his counter picks, but they were saving the Olaf for XVII. These are spicy drafts. I don't know how I feel about these.
Yeah, so basically both of these junglers are going to have insane power in the early game, and then they're going to fall off cliffs. Neither of these junglers scales particularly well. I think Volibear falls off probably a little bit harder than Olaf, just because Olaf has the benefit of being unCCable and can like offer a lot of AoE slows and whatnot. I don't know, man. This is hard.
I don't know.
Yeah, these are interesting drafts.
I do like
go ahead.
how both junglers are just like agreeing. It's like, all right, so like Xin J4, all these other junglers. Now we're gonna keep it a little spicy. We're gonna go with something like Volibear. I mean, not that spicy, but Olaf I haven't seen in a while. But I wouldn't actually expect the Olaf pick into like a Shamira Lilia sort of thing. Lilia maybe because like the sleep, you can just ignore it with thanks to your ulti, and it also I believe would ignore the extra damage portion whenever you're falling asleep. So that's cool. But I don't know how I feel about Olaf specifically. You know what? Honestly, I think the wild card's Shamira. That's probably why I don't know how I feel about the Olaf. The Shamira is a wild pick for me because I'm like, they indirectly nerfed Shamira a bunch of times thanks to nerfing a bunch of healing and nerfing Immortal Shield Bow, thanks to Ashe using it, Ashe Kog'Maw using it, as well as Wit's End in order to try to get tanky themselves. So Shamira has definitely gotten the short end of the stick in the
Kochki, or it's going to be on Zealot himself if he walks into the Victor Gravity Field or he steps too close to Gabe Kochki. Because otherwise, Samira gets to free spin, and if you combine that with a good sleep from Slappy, I think this is potentially a very dangerous team fight comp for Lampost, but it's going to be on them to execute, as I think, despite the Olaf and the Volibear both falling off a cliff, we can all agree that the Wulfpack Mingos are going to scale a little bit harder thanks to the style of Kai'Sa build that Chandler Clark likes to go, and Victor being Victor.
Yeah, I think Victor's great. I will say Tom Kench also basically falls off a cliff. You can get super tanky, and I think that from what we've seen in GRLCS, top laners who get ahead on Tom Kench top lane do tend to still be very relevant in team fights, but I do think that the champion, generally speaking, does fall off pretty quickly. We'll see how well TJ Lanier does on this. We've seen Slappy play this pick already. We've also seen it a lot from Jackalow's Lamp on the side of Reign of Kings, and that's who I more commonly associate with this pick. Unfortunately, Reign of Kings is not here in the finals.
To the homies, Reign of Kings.
Who did they lose to? Did they lose to Lamp or Mingos?
Mingos.
Okay.
I know some people in the chat were calling that the real finals when that matchup was going on, just because people expect either the Mingos or the Reign of Kings both to be in finals, or whoever knocks the other out to take the final match.
Well, Lampost are the ones who are ahead in this series right now, so Wulfpack Mingos are going to need to pull back 2 games in a row in order to make that expectation. The reason for that is that Reign of Kings, 2 splits ago was it 2 splits ago? Or was it last split? I don't know. Quite a few splits ago were undefeated in the regular season. The Wulfpack Mingos were their biggest competition at the time, and they had some really great series. Lampost also have both of these teams have a bit of a rivalry here with the Reign of Kings, and I think both of them would have loved to play against them at some point in this playoffs. Only the Wulfpack Mingos had the opportunity. We're talking a lot about a team that's not here. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we have to give. I think we have to give respect where respect is due, because I think all of the competitors in this season in particular, it's been a competitive season to say the least.
Yeah, to give a little bit more background about it. So I think it was specifically last split was the split where Reigning Kings were undefeated, but on the opposite conference that Mingos were. They went undefeated, but had to go or disband due to personal reasons of just everyone got busy around that time of year, which was fair. And then not the split before that, because that was a summer split, but this one before that one. So I guess a year ago from today, it was one of the. I think that was the first time that Mingos joined our official tourney. And they. It was them and Reigning Kings that had a 55-minute long game. And they managed to win that series, later on losing out in playoffs, I believe. I remember because I casted that game, and it was a long one.
Yeah. So Reign of Kings are they were a champion 2 splits ago. Last split they had an undefeated regular season but then dropped out of playoffs. And then that last split was the split where we had these 2 teams matching up in the finals. This is a rematch of that finals, essentially, with somewhat different team compositions, obviously. In this game, it is, however, Lampost on the blue side with Slappy in the top lane on Lilia, Adam Suki in the jungle on Volibear, the Leroy in the mid lane on Ari, and in the bottom lane, you've got Zealot and Rainy Newman on Samira and Nautilus.
You know him, you love him. It's the Wulfpack Mingos on the blue side. TJ Lanier has taken the Tahm Kench into the top lane. May have to put that on pause as we've got Zealot potentially in trouble.
Yeah, just doing the respect flash over the wall after he gets slowed. You don't want to allow them to keep on autoing you and slowing you, and then Gabe Kochki will eventually flash stun you, and then you die. So you're gonna have to burn the flash anyway. Might as well do it immediately so that there's no risk of you just randomly getting caught and dying anyways. So please continue with the Wulfpack Mingos.
Yes, as we were saying, TJ Lanier with the catfish in the top lane, taking the Tahm Kench. XSI moving himself back into the jungle on the Olaf. Nick Swantek finally making his debut here in the finals on the Victor, and Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki, the classic bottom lane, running Kaisa and Leona with an interesting setup of summoner spells, I might add.
Ignite for Chandler Clark. They're trying to make sure that he's the one who secures the kills if they're going to go double combat summoner anyways. We'll see how Nick Swantek affects the dynamic of the Wulfpack Mingos. I fully expect it to.
Back into the jungle, we'll see maybe a little bit more regular jungle patterns, as opposed to having Sleepy Giant, who was playing a little bit more, with a lack of better terms, a little bit more solo queue. I mean, playing these carry type of junglers, but not necessarily like playing towards team. He was just generally making the best play that he had in front of him.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note is also going to be the champion pool for the mid lane, as Nick Swantek isn't really the assassin player. Nick Swantek is definitely more of the control mage player, like the Victor, like the Syndra, even in some cases the Orianna. There's a lot more potential for team compositions for playing around this late game with the mid laner, as opposed to just having the assassin like the Zed and the Fizz, as you saw in those first 2 games.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to craft a team composition around assassins. Assassins definitely feel more like, hey, let's pick an assassin here. You don't really have your team playing around it other than just like fighting when the assassin is present, really.
Yeah, I think the big trouble especially was we saw the discomfort with the Zilean in that game 3. It definitely looked like a pick that was, okay, we're trying to pick for the team composition here. We can't just throw you an assassin into the Syndra. It's not a great matchup. So we're going to put you on something that's uncomfortable. But if you perform like mediocrely, it'll be great in the mid game, because Zilean ulti is a really good tool. Mingos just weren't able to bring that out to its full succession.
Yeah, so Adam Suki coming in for potentially no, I think he's just going for bot grab. I wanted to talk about both supports opting for the Aftershock for a little bit greedier tankiness rather than going for Glacial Augment. I think both of these champions, Nautilus and Leona, are capable of going for either of those keystones. It's just a matter of which. Oh,
Adam,
platform is beautiful from the Leroy. That's gonna be potentially just a solo kill on the Nyx Swantek. It actually is. You had Adasuki there for moral support, but he didn't need it. The Leroy just needed the incentive to go in, flash charm, get the ignite off, and Nyx Swantek goes down.
With that first solo kill in the mid lane, that means Leroy is going to be seeing himself as a pretty comfortable spot. He still has the corrupting pot, but he now also has the amplifying tome and a little bit of boots to help him maneuver around Nyx Swantek. Since he is a control mage, he is going to try to really try to put you in a spot where you have to maybe kite around in a really awkward position. So these boots are definitely going to be helping out, especially when you're trying to position yourself to get a good charm. But,
wow, Zenith played onto Rainy Newman, flash stuns onto Zealot, but Zealot is going to try and get out of there. He's already used his cleanse. He has no flash from the level 1, and now Randy Newman potentially about to get stunned up. It doesn't need it. Chandler Clark pops the passive, and Randy Newman is going to fall as well. 2 kills to the bottom lane of the Wulfpack Mingos.
Beautifully played there by the Mingos. That creative engage from Gabe Kochki. Zenith played onto the support who overstepped to immediately flash stun Zealot, who had to burn his cleanse, but by that point, he was already too far out of position. XSI comes in, cleans up with the axes. They donate the last kill to Chandler Clark. Really beautifully played by the Mingos in that play.
Yeah, and that's the Dragon going the way of the Wulfpack Mingos in addition to those 2 kills for those efforts. And this is what you need to do as Olaf. Olaf is the champion, like, if we don't get 4 dragons, we lose the game. So, it's really good that they're getting that one started.
Yeah. They are getting quite a bit of good objectives for themselves, keeping themselves in the lead. Even after that little disheartening solo kill in the mid lane, I mean, keeping down a Shamira early game is definitely going to be a good way to go about it. I mean, Shamira is one of those early game champions, a lot of speed, a lot of damage, but you really have to get items to really get that going.
Oh, really nice job from Nyx
got
Swantek
6.
there. And that's going to be potentially a solo kill onto TJ Lanier. He's popped the shield, and Slappy's just wandering around in circles on top of him. He's got the Q coming up, and he's going to go down to the W. That base damage coming out of the Lilia top lane is just too much for TJ Lanier to deal with. Not respecting the Lilia, who hit level 6, already has his passive just ticking away on you. You got to pay more respect to this champion that was a nice counter pick for Slappy in that top lane.
Yeah, I was talking about it in draft, the potential for the Lilia into these tanky top laners. The Ord and the Shen were banned away, but TJ opts instead for the Tahm Kench. Lilia, I think, is happy doing either matchup, just with the true damage coming out from her Q, the percent health burn coming out from her passive, the fact that she wants to build burn items anyway, just the amount of CC she can bring to a team. It's a really nice utility pick as well as a good lane counter pick.
Alright, Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki now, with the advantage in this lane, are just going to play forward, but Adam Suki has snuck his way into a side brush here. They're going to look for potential bait. Dredgeline not going to connect, and now they're stunning each other up, but here comes Adam Suki. He's thrown down the ultimate. He's going to jump in and stun up Chandler Clark. He flashes away, tries to get out of there, and they're going to make it back under tower. Chandler Clark is able to make it out with the use of that summoner spell.
Yeah, will need to burn out flash. Gonna be a little sad to see, but Adam Suki could potentially maybe look for a repeat gank once he does get us reset off. If we do notice in the jungle there, however, XVII did notice since Adam Suki was bot lane, he decided to help himself with the top lane jungle, and Adam Suki is about to be really sad to realize that his whole top lane jungle is gone, and he's going to be slowly starved out from resources. Thanks to XVII's just really good game knowledge, just thinking he was like, okay, well, he showed himself bot, I can finish up top, and then I'll back and get my own camps before he can try to do anything in return as well, so.
Yeah, and that's the type of play I was expecting to see out of Adam Suki, but XSI has been farming really very efficiently. Only goes for the gank bottom lane that he knows is 100% going to work, thanks to the, again, really nice play from Gabe Kochki. He's going to Zenith Blade in and stun up Zealot, but he's got no follow-up here as Chandler Clark is coming in a little bit late here. Randy Newman going to throw down the Ignite. There's the exhaust coming in. Onto Zealot. There's the killer. Chandler Clark gets the kill back, but now he's got nothing, and he's going to go down to the Leroy off of this roam. It's going to be handed off. and really nicely done. XSI is down here, but I don't think he's going to opt into the 2v1. Will get the Spirit Rush out away from the Leroy regardless, and now Nick Swantek now getting jumped on by Adam Suki, throws on the gravity field, is going to stun him up, but they're not going to commit too much onto this one. He's a tanky Volibear, not enough damage coming out from the Victor just yet.
Yeah, nicely roamed out by the Leroy. I really like the fact that he was able to move down into that bottom side, although I think it was definitely a bit of an overstep from Gibkashi.
There's
Wait
a
a
stun,
second.
the gravity field thrown down. He's going to try and dodge away from the charm, but he does get hit anyway. The Leroy on a killing spree as he takes him down.
Now Leroy coming up at 3-0. He's feeling pretty good about himself, so we can go ahead and do a little bit of a gold check at the moment here, seeing a solid 1k gold difference in the top lane for Slappy, doing a good job with that kill plus 30 CS lead just about. In Junk, we're seeing about a 400 difference, but that might change right now.
Here we go. Nice solar flare comes out, and that'll be enough to secure the kill for XSI, not even having to burn the Ragnarok. Shutdown gold going over to Olaf. Not the ideal target, but you'll take it. Shutdown gold is really valuable.
Yeah.
Oh, the Leona? No, the Leona didn't get
better
the kill.
better than the potential
Yeah.
Leona
Yeah.
picking up
The,
the kill.
the alternative was Leona,
course,
which
course.
you would really like to see. But with that kill down and going in mid lane, it will be pushing XSI in the lead by 1k gold. Nick Swantek is going to be a little bit behind, around 600 gold, thanks to just getting solo killed a couple times. But CSing is helping out make up those numbers, and then bot lane it's going to be about 500 gold thanks to the 1 kill 1 assist difference.
Yeah, TJ Lanier is just really taking it. Slappy throws down the sleep once again, breaks it with the Q. Is he going to be have enough damage here? Exercise here, flash forward for the Q, but he gets the shielding coming out, and now Ragnarok is popped. Exercise going to try and chase down Slappy, but Slappy's got so much movement speed, can't be slowed, however, and he will get taken down by the Reckless Blink.
Nice
Exercise going to come in, but it's Adam Suki who's here. Gabe Kochki is going to get taken down. He flashes away. There's the ultimate. Adam Suki drops down onto him, brings the thunder, and now the dragon is going to be started up by the side of Lampost.
Lampost doing a really nice job of keeping their momentum. They see that XI has committed to the top lane gank. He does pick up Slappy and saves his own top laner, but at the cost of his support and at the cost of this dragon as well.
Yeah, one dragon apiece means that nobody has the fast track to Soul, but this is a very competitive game number 4 here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is staying very neck and neck at the moment. Ooh.
Oh, Leroy?
Here we go. Good charm gonna connect, and Adam Suki flashes in for the stun, and that's just Nick Swantek ready to go down yet again. He's already used his flash. He's gonna get slowed up, and Leroy's gonna be gifted this kill over. Or not.
Nice movement from Nick is going to deny the gifted kill. Adam Suki is going to pick that one up for himself. Not feeling too upset about it for himself, but maybe Leroy was really hoping to pick that one up.
Yeah, it's going to be quite unfortunate to see that Leroy won't be able to pick that up. I mean, that just would probably help him a little bit. He is going to be affording the Luden's Tempest at the moment, but if he got that kill, maybe he can... he would have an extra 600 gold left over, so not enough for boots either, I guess. Maybe just grab an amplifying tone while he was there. However, so going to be
Senate played in onto Zealot. Dredgeline is going to connect onto the wall. Now Gabe Chachki going to take a little bit of punishment on the way out, but you've got XSI down here. They're potentially looking for a 3v2 dive.
Yeah, Adam can't stop this dive.
Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the map, and the Leroy here in the mid lane, but they're not going to go for it. Would be quite dangerous, I think, with a cleanse available for Zealot and Randy Newman. It's really hard to dive onto a Nautilus. I guess you do have the Ragnarok, but your bot lane is going to get knocked up, and they're not going to be contributing damage during that time.
Be in hiding, waiting for it.
Doesn't quite land the W, but he will Q in onto TJ Lanier. It does so much damage. It's just so hard to play melees into Lilia. With the Leandries finished off, Slappy is just doing that much more damage to TJ Lanier.
Yeah, this is the hidden tech, the counter to these tank top laners.
And it's played in onto Randy Newman as Chandler Clark is just autoing him over the wall. He's going to get depth charged up. He's going to Killer Instinct over. Good stopwatch. He's going to try and buy some time, but Zealot is not able to stack up enough. Randy Newman needs to get one more auto. Oh, but beautifully interrupted on the Inferno trigger. Great play from Gabe Kochki, but they're not able to finish off Randy Newman. Chandler Clark goes down anyway, thanks to a good roam coming out of the Leroy. A double kill for the Samira. And now you've got Nick Swantek and XSI here. They're going to try and get in onto onto Zell and shut him down.
Adam's here,
It
Adam's
looks
here.
like he's not gonna get shut down as here comes the Sky Splitter. XVII on a rampage as he does finally finish him off, but it's a 3v1 as, well, he actually gets another one, but he will surely be going down here, right? Okay, yes.
What charm. Does finally clean that one up. Shutdown gold goes back over to Adam Suki, and it's a very back and forth series. And a back and forth game within that series as well.
Oh wow, he flashes to eat up Slappy, spits him back out under tower, uses the W to try and get some distance. He's gonna put him to sleep now, but Slappy is able to run out at the speed of sound. He's already used his flash. TJ Linear just very disappointed not to be able to pick up that kill. Very close there.
Yeah, a lot of close calls coming out, and unfortunate for just one thing to point out, XVII was unable to really find his point where to drop the Rift Herald. I would have loved to see him drop it top mid before he went all the way down bot before that play, in order just to secure a couple plates for himself. That is 300 gold, that opportunity loss, essentially, which is sad to see. Maybe you can get a bigger push out of it, though.
Oh, Nick Swantek now getting jumped up by Randy Newman. The dredge line's gonna connect, but no charm to follow up as Leroy's just a little bit too far away. TJ Lanier now finding a little bit of his stride up against Slappy, but still taking a ton of damage there.
Yeah, the Lilia damage is so huge in this lane. It's so difficult to play against. Like, the shields are nice. Oh, XI!
Potentially caught. He's gonna dash through. Gabe Kochki gonna get caught up, and it's a great depth charge, however, and it's gonna be the Inferno trigger as Zealot just shreds through them.
He's got his Immortal Shield Bow. It's so hard to kill this Samira now, even post Shield Bow nerf. The shield on it's still pretty nice, and that means Zealot gets to survive.
Yeah, and not this time. They're not going to have the opportunity to interrupt that Inferno trigger. Not enough damage coming out from XSI and Gabe Kochki to get through that shield bow, and he's able to just annihilate them with the Inferno trigger. Now, Slappy, his movement speed stacks have fallen off, so he has to flash away from the damage coming out of Nick Swantek. This is very dangerous for Chandler Clark to be here, but Zealot and Randy Newman not going to go for the dive. Oh, never mind. The depth charge is not up. All right, now they're going to try and cut off Slappy, but it's a 3v2 situation as Leroy comes in, jumps in onto Nick Swantek. Good charm yet again coming out from him. The gravity field expires, and the Leroy is just going to chase him down. He already used the Chaos Storm to try and finish off Slappy, and that means they'll both be picked off in a 1v2 and a 1v1 respectively.
I think that means that the Mingos are also going to be able to grab the Dragon in trade for this topside tower. So the gold keeps trading back and forth. It's slightly in favor of the Mingos right now. No, slightly in favor of Lamp right now. Apologies, mixing up my teams. I see Adam Suki's name. I just assume Mingos, but no, that's not the case.
Yeah, really hard. Nick Swantek has really been struggling up against the Leroy's Ahri. And to be fair, the Leroy is playing this Ahri very well, landing every charm he's gone for that mattered anyways. Now, Randy Newman and Zealot here are quite a bit ahead of Chandler Clark and Gabe Kochki, but the CC landing from one of these two champions could mean the difference. Adam Suki blast coning himself out of there. Nick Swantek trying to defend his red buff. I don't know if he was. It doesn't look like he was successful.
Yeah, nice smite from Adam Suki to secure that one. But so, at what point do we say the Mingos lost the offseason in losing Adam Suki? At what point does that conversation start?
I don't. Did they technically lose it? I think like the fans voted on who should leave, and Adam Suki was the one who got voted out. Yep, another charm is gonna connect. The Leroy is just gonna annihilate him. Flash forward from Adam Suki just to see his mid laner get a solo kill anyway, like he did that very first time. And Ragnarok gonna be worn out from XSI, and he's gonna get taken down after the stun. Slappy gets that kill somehow, and well, this one is looking very Lamppost favored.
Yeah, just a little bit.
TJ?
Oh no! TJ Lanier just W's over the wall to watch the tower go down and find himself in a 2v1. He's gonna get taken very low and taken down. Adam Suki goes unstoppable. He's not even gonna die to this tower shot. Tower going down in the bot lane as well in favor of Lamppost.
And now it's just a almost 8k gold lead, just about going in favor for the Lamppost. It's about 2.5 items, just about, maybe two in like a large component going into their pockets. So I mean, it's shared across the team, but right now it's not feeling shared at the moment. It's a rough game if we're looking over at Adam Suki sitting at 5-0. Already has the chem tech. Already doing so much damage. Sharon Clark. They're looking to collapse
They're
over
gonna
in
try and get a
Slappy.
pick on the Slappy,
Uh,
and with that Void Seeker not landing, I don't think that they're gonna be able to get it anyways. So they'll back off here.
Yeah, I want to take this time to point out, Chandler Clark has not opted for AP this game. He's gone for the Kraken Slayer, and it's looking like a Ginsu's second item. This is not a style of Kaisa build that we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. Now they're gonna go in,
Zealot.
a nice knockup comes out, and they're gonna try and finish off Zealot, but he's already been exhausted, and he's gonna have the Inferno Trigger shortly, but he gets shut down! Unfortunately goes over to the Leona. Now they've got Slappy coming in, looking for a sleep, but he's not able to find it, and well, he does actually sleep up too, and now they're backing away as they've got a bear to deal with, but you've got XVII on the other side of the fight, and they're gonna go for a two-man knockout coming out of TJ Linear just before he goes down immediately afterwards, but the Leroy and Slappy are just wreaking havoc in the backside. Slappy is just running around in circles, and it's working. A triple kill for Ari on the side of Lampost, and the ace for Lampost.
I was about to start saying, is like, it's a little bit surprised that he decided to go with the Kraken Slayer Gunso's build this time around, but let's break down a little bit of that fight. Okay, so TJ Linear managed to get a pretty good lockup early on into that fight there. They found a pick potentially over onto Zealot, and they did manage to get him down with Gage Conjugate also being in the area, and Clark doing quite a bit of damage, but then they started getting collapsed on and started getting overwhelmed by the incoming forces of Leroy, Suki, Slappy. They managed to take down quite a few of them, so I applaud you guys for able to do that much, but Leroy is still just 9-0 monster at this point, even opting to buying himself a Shadow Flamed, which, if you don't know what that does, it gives you Magic Pen based on how much current HP you have, as well as like up to 20, and then if you get a shield and anytime soon, you also get mats anyway.
Multiply game.
Well,
Gabe.
Yep, the charm from Fog of War, not really anything you could do about that except just not be there. The Leroy is just so strong, makes every bit of Fog of War dangerous for the side of the Wulfpack Mingos. It's really hard for them to come back from this one. Nick Swantek is even opting towards the Banshee's Veil, which, yeah, it's helpful because of magic resist, but that means that you're just lacking damage for that much longer.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see why this Ari was banned away in all of these previous games, because the Leroy looks monstrous on this pick. The charms that have mattered, he's hit every single one, he's set up the plays for his teams, and he's looking to carry them to a finals victory.
I mean, honestly, they opted to do a double ADC ban, the Zaya and the Zeri, and because of that, they lost the bans of you doing Ari and
finally is able to sidestep away from that charm. Small consolation, you get to live and not die for the 8th time this game. And it looks like they're gonna go for a knife. Adam Suki is just gonna go in and stun him up, and they're gonna back away. Slappy a little bit too zoned off by the potential damage. The Rift Arrow gonna be dropped here. Not gonna secure them the tower, but does do a fair chunk. Oh, Slappy landed asleep. Oh, but good gravity field and Chandler Clark being in the area. It actually lands the Void Seeker. I think I have enough! He needs one more auto! Ignite!
It hits!
Oh! Okay, shutdown going over to Chandler Clark. That's who you wanted on.
That's the Ignite diff. There it is.
It finally came in, folks. It did. But hey, that's pretty good. I mean, it's money going to who you want it to go to, so that's great to see, but we'll have to see if it
Solar
can
Flare
make
gonna slow up Zealot. Zenith Blade in, and he's gonna get stunned up by the Q. He does still have Cleanse available. TJ Linear coming around from the back side here. Inferno Trigger flash stunned away from, and he's gonna eat up XSI to keep him alive and give him a shield. They're gonna finish off Zealot, and he's the only one who's gone down yet in this fight. Here we go. They're going in. Slappy's gone down earlier, and it will be the jungler trading their lives. Leroy trying to run for his life. He's still got a couple charges of Spirit Rush available, but it's a 3 for 1, I should say, as Slappy did die earlier, in favor of the Wulfpack Mingos. They're not out of it just yet.
Not out of it just yet, but that's a really nice start to a turnaround. Very well executed fight, a nice pick onto Zealot, who opted to hold his cleanse for what I think was just a little bit too long, maybe getting a bit greedy with it, trying to set up the play for his team, maybe looking to bait in the rest of the Wulfpack Mingos, and he did bait them in, but he baited them into a teamfight victory.
Yeah. Chandler Clark with the Kraken Slayer Gwynsues. You were talking about this a little bit. Oh, hold on. I think Nick Swantek may be dead here. You've still got Spirit Rush, Flash, and Ignite available for the Leroy.
Spirit Rush is not up right now, is it? There's no way.
Oh, it's not? Okay, my bad.
I was about to say, he just used that in the team fight. There's no way the cooldown is that short,
I
right?
can't see the icon exactly very well here. Okay, yes, it's not up.
Yeah, no.
All right.
It's coming up right now.
So the Gwynsu's build, you generally go for the Gwynsu's when you're... Well, okay, so I always think of Gwynsu's as being the item you build when you want to build a crit mythic, but you don't want to build crit on anything else. I don't know if that's what he's doing here, but it does make your crit a lot more efficient here. Randy Newman going to go for the depth charge in onto Chandler Clark. He'll just Killer Instinct over the wall to safety as you had Zealot on the way in there for a potential 1v2. Now you've got Gabe Kochki coming around. The bowling ball not quite going to connect. But Gabe Kochki might be the one caught here. TJ Lanier going to eat him up and now get pulled dredge lined in. He's going to spin him back out right into the waiting arms of all of Lampost. 2 kills picked up in their favor. A really not great positioning there for TJ Lanier and Gabe Kochki, just not respecting where they have control of the map, which is not very much.
Yeah, it looks like the start of a potential comeback for the Mingos, but those 2 picks I think is going to almost for sure secure Baron for Lamppost if they do want to go for it. They're waiting to pull the trigger on it. They're delaying a little bit, which I think is going to give time for Gabe and for TJ to spawn back up. And their Baron take isn't the fastest. They do
it should
have
speed up
the
now
Leanders.
with Lilia hitting it.
They do have the Leanders, which is going to speed up the 10 to take, and it looks like Mingos aren't even going to look for the contest. They're just going to try and get gold back elsewhere across the map, let the Baron go, and I think that's probably the right call.
So Baron will go the way of Lamppost, and the Wulfpack Mingos not even able to get a tower off of the play. Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds. It will be the third for either of these 2 teams, but most likely it will be going the way of Lamppost as well, as the Wulfpack Mingos seem to be seeding as much as they can feasibly without losing the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a turtle game at the moment, and you're literally really playing for this hyper or sort of carry bot lane. Maybe this is the reason why you didn't go for AP sort of Kaisa build, going with the Gunzos into probably a Lord Dom's an LDR. Sorry, what's Lord Dom?
Yeah, Lord Dominance.
Yeah, Lord Dominance.
Yeah, Lord Dominance regards. LDR for that third item as well to help you really kill Adam Suki, but you know, and that's going to be great. It's going to do a lot of consistent damage if you can get a couple auto attacks in once you deal with the initial threat of Leroy and Zealot, who's might be just rushing down your backline, which is a very possible threat. But we'll just have to see. Maybe SSI will be able to beat them a little bit better, but we'll just have to see how it really plays out in some of these team fights. So some of them, they are doing a great job at keeping up with them generally, but we'll just have to see how really just comes up in the end with this Nets team fight. If maybe Lamp gets a better setup, maybe a charm hits first and then someone just instantly gets deleted, or maybe we see Gabe Kochki do a really great solar flare into a follow-up by the whole team. But for now, it's looking a little rough.
Yeah, that was the big deal with that team fight where they got there. What I would say was like their first real team fight win. Oh, Leroy found him.
Locket, or the shield coming out. He's
Leroy.
not in range to locket him. The Leroy is going to have a final Spirit Rush charge to get out of the base. Oh, nope, he's down. It'll be 1-for-1 in favor of the, or 1-for-1, both mid laners going down. The Inferno Trigger not able to finish anybody off, but Gabe Kochki very, very low. Now, TJ Lanier and Chandler Clark here trying to defend this inhibitor, but it's gone down already. Tongue Lash going to connect onto a minion, and Zealot is just ready to go in yet again. Slappy off to the side, ready to chuck in a bowling ball, maybe see if he can fish for a sleep onto a priority target here. XVII just not able to have any impact in these fights, no matter how strong he is on the Olaf, just because he's Olaf and doesn't have the damage necessary to win without somebody carrying it. And there we go, knock up, not going to connect from TJ Lanier, and now he's going to take a lot of damage. That charge is going to come out, knocks up Chandler Clark, he's taking a ton of damage, gets eaten up. Zealot flashes in behind the fight, he's going to go in the Inferno Trigger, he's going to go into the Guardian Angel. No, not Guardian Angel, he's just alive. No, he died. My bad. And you got a teleport coming in from him, and he's gonna go down. He just doesn't do any damage. I thought he lived. I can't see exactly what's happening. Slappy is taking a lot of damage, but he's able to run out of there. TJ Linear goes in, doesn't land a knockup on anybody. They successfully defend their inhibitor in the mid lane. But it's a very small consolation. They're just losing team fights. They lost the bot inhibitor. They're not going to be able to contest any of these objectives that are coming up in about 2.5 minutes. They're just so far behind in terms of gold.
Yeah, they're also going to have to make the choice between contesting the Baron and the Dragon, as those spawns are so close together. They really have to defend the Dragon because they can't give over Mountain Soul to Adamsuki on this Volibear. It would make him practically unkillable alongside Randy Newman. But if they give up the Baron, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to defend their base. This is starting to feel like a very bad lose-lose situation for the Mingos. I will say, a little bit of shining light for them. XSI has finished the death stance. He's going to be very tanky on this Olaf. That extra 1,000 gold of shutdown that he picked up off the Leroy certainly is going to help. But of all the people that you could have possibly had that extra 1,000 gold on, I think Olaf is probably in the bottom half of who you would want it to go on.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, he's super tanky, and he's just perma-slowing them and doing no damage and then eventually dying. Nick Swantek and Chandler Clark just don't put it down enough damage that the frontline disruption that XSI brings is meaningful. Alright, so looks like Lampost are going to start to head up towards that top side of the map. Dragon and Baron spawning on just about the same timer.
Yeah, maybe like 10 or 5 seconds apart. It's not much, but Slappy's looking for the flame. But Adamsuki's found him. Chandler Clark, he's picked.
Chandler Clark is potentially getting jumped on, and holy, Adamsuki brings the thunder. Just jumps down, bear drops onto Chandler Clark and takes him down through the killer instinct. This is the full tank Volibear, by the way. He should have fallen off a long time ago, but Chandler Clark is just so weak in terms of levels and gold. Adamsuki now solo pushing in on the mid lane. He's a level 16 Volibear, so he's definitely just gonna win out on this one. XSI just doesn't do anything. Look at him. 2
damage to this Volibear.
Alright, now they're gonna try and turn their attention in onto Slappy. There's the Ragnarok. He's gonna try and heal through this one, and Adamsuki will finally get shut down. That's a sleep coming out, but they spit out the Lilia. He's already used his sleep, and he's gonna be going down, locked up. He's gonna get stunned up. He's gonna go gold, and he's gonna get knocked up. He's a double kill for Nick Swantek.
Money to the victor. That's the person you want to see it on, but that's another tower taken down by Lampost. The second inhibitor taken down as well, and it looks like they're going to try and free up this third inhibitor to be taken.
Oh, Charm going to connect onto TJ Lanier. Big shield coming out. Zealot gets exhausted as soon as he goes in, and he's going to get taken down. Another 2 kills going the way of the Wulfpack Mingos, so the game is not over yet. Yeah, they're not able to secure the third inhibitor, so they do not have to deal with the minions, and it will be a Dragon and Baron spawning now. So which one will they be going for? It looks like they're trying to send TJ Linear to solo that one out in the bottom side, and the Baron is going to be the focus for the other members of the Wulfpack Mingos.
I like this call. This is a really dangerous call because Adamsuki is now spawned back up. It looks like he's going to be moving towards the Dragon, which means they're potentially giving the Baron, but Adamsuki doesn't care about the Baron. He just wants to make sure that his team gets the soul.
Yeah, teleport coming in from Slappy as well, but he doesn't quite have the sleep. The Baron is secured. Now, Randy Newman gonna get in there. He's in the pit. He smites it down, and it's Mountain Soul to Lampost. And they're also gonna be able to pick up probably these 2 kills here. They spit out Nick Swantek and try and keep him alive. He's gonna run out with a big shield, as much movement speed as he can get. But Slappy's got the movement speed. He's got the slows, and he's gonna sleep him up. But he's gotta deal with. No, he's just gonna run past him and take him down. Shutdown goes over as Slappy's just running around doing whatever he feels like. There's the Ragnarok gonna be thrown down, the solar flare used, and they're not able to finish anybody off. And Gabe Kutsky is gonna give his life for the cause. XSI is just getting kited out. Mob Malmortius goes out. The Dredge Line not gonna connect. He's gonna just continue to throw down those Qs. And Chandler Clark is here. He's gonna be able to take down Randy Newman. Now here we go, TJ Lanier goes in with the W, doesn't get a knockup. He's gonna have to back out the other direction, gonna get slowed up by the bowling ball. Adamsuki looking for a stun here. Slappy just stoning him away from his own base.
4v3, they have to mount the base defense. That's the final inhibitor to go down. They're looking for this bottom side inhibitor. TJ is just trying to stall as much time as possible, just trying to make it so the base defense is feasible. XI and Chandler Clark are clearing the waves out of the base as best they can. This inhibitor will finally go down, and it's looking like it's potentially the end of the series for the Mingos.
Yeah, here we go. He's not actually disabling that tower thanks to the poor placement of that ultimate there. So they're going to back away immediately as Nick Swantek does respawn, and near Leroy looking for a charge. Is he going to find it and flash away? And it will be a lot of damage coming out of the Chaos Storm, but the Zealot is ripping him apart, but he dives a little too deep. He goes into the fountain. Slappy going to look for a slow. Chandler Clark going very low. He's actually going to get red smited. Adam Suki flashes. Red Chandler Clark has to go back into the fountain. Can he get back out in time to defend the Nexus? I don't know if he can because Adam Suki's just so tanky. He's going to go for the killer instinct. Leroy goes golden. Adam Suki trying to finish the game. Chandler Clark going in. Ginkotsky going to stun him up. Will they be able to finish the job? No! Lampost! 3-1 and take the championship over the Wulfpack Mingos.
Congratulations to Lampost in a terrifyingly close final fight. Adam Suki stealing the win away from his old teammates, taking the victory for Lampost.
All right, Lampost with a 3-1 victory here in the finals are going to take the championship over the Wulfpack Mingos. What was the series score in last finals?
That one I can't actually remember.
Gosh.
Yeah, we don't actually have records of that game either. I thought I uploaded it to YouTube, but apparently it didn't save. So unfortunately, last season's finals were not recorded either. So, but I think we are going to actually do an interview though with.
Yeah, which member of Lampost are we pulling in?
I'm hearing from Adam Suki that they want to have Slappy and Leroy, maybe along with Randy Newman as well. We might have a multi-person interview here.
That's 3 people is too much, I think.
Well,
let's do 2.
Yeah, I'll pull in Leroy and as well as Slappy since that's what they said initially. So, I'm a slow typer. Alright, let's see. We're gonna move you. Alright, so that's 1. And let's grab Slappy 2. And there we go. Hello, and welcome to the stream, guys.
Hey.
You guys
Want to start off with the congratulations for your series win. Just wanted to ask how it feels to take the victory away from the Mingos like this one in what was I would say a potentially very exciting series.
Yeah, it feels really good to win the rematch, but mainly just feels good because there's been a lot of people like shit talking me and my play, so like I just want to say fuck you to everyone who didn't think I could win.
Let's go, Leroy.
Because
Leroy Unleashed.
There's been a lot of this season. There's been a lot of shit talk. People saying I'm not one of the best mid laners, and like I just knew that they were wrong, So it just feels good to be able to, I guess, win. And even if they still don't think I'm one of the best, I know that I am. So.
I mean, your opinion of yourself is really what matters, honestly, and you're definitely performed really well this series, and in particular that last game, that was kind of an insane play on that Ahri.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, they banned Ahri in previous games, so I just knew that like I had to show them why they banned it previously,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, were you? Sure. I actually wanted to ask, were you all at all surprised that the Ahri made it through the ban phase, that they took the Vigar away and the Lulu away instead of that Ahri?
Yeah, we were kind of confused about the Vigar, maybe just because we were banning it, so they thought we prioed it as well. But then Randy's known for his Lulu, so like that kind of made sense to me. And then yeah, picking Victor early and leaving Ahri up was really questionable to me because Ahri is like, that's one of her best matchups is against Victor. So I think it was just an ego thing, Nick was like, I'm not gonna lose to Leroy, I think is what it was.
So you've played with him for this whole split. How did Adam Suki is kind of the pseudo newcomer. Obviously Zealot is new as well, but Adam Suki is kind of the off-season pickup that everyone is kind of talking about. How does it feel to play with him as opposed to any other jungler you played with?
Well, so at the start of the season, actually before the season started, I wasn't gonna play, and then Adam Suki kind of kept bothering me to run Lampback, and he said he really wanted to beat the Mingos, and he really wanted to play with us. So he kind of bothered me enough to where I agreed, And I was, I was very skeptical of playing with them at first because I don't have a very high opinion of the Mingos. So like when an ex-Mingo player wanted to join my team, it was kind of Hostega who convinced me to give him a chance. Hostega just said, "Well, try it." Adam Suki's, as in Hostega's words, Adam Suki's the second best jungler next to Hostega. So, but turned out really great. I really like his communication style. He like pretty much never flames. He's always looking for like the next play, even if it is a little bit int. But yeah, I like Adam Suki a lot.
I do want to turn our attention to the other lamp member that we have here, Slappy. I know in the draft specifically, a lot of focus was being put onto the top lane pool from both sides. Did you ever feel like your champion pool was being like squished at all, or did you feel comfortable in these situations?
Oh, I felt fine in every draft. Obviously, it was disappointing not being able to play Aatrox, but can't let me have it. I'll just carry. So I get it. Got to ban it every game. Just like we ban Scion every game. It's just annoying to deal with whether or not it can win.
Yeah, and specifically for top lane matchups, I do want to, I know it might cause a bit of PTSD, but I do want to take you back to game 2, the Camille into the Teemo. I know, I can hear the sighs. We were, in the early game, we were definitely expecting the Camille to come out ahead, and it looks like you were coming out really far ahead, but starting at like level 8, level 9, Teemo just started to outduel you. Was it at any particular like item power spike, or why do you think that was happening?
I think I actually messed up with my item build. I went for a Hullbreaker there, and I probably should have just prioritized Tiamat or Hydra for wave clear and just leaving the lane. So I think
Ignoring
it was definitely...
Teemo?
Yeah, it turns out ignoring Teemo is usually the best play, and then you just come kill him whenever he's pushed up too far. And obviously that's what we did the first couple times, and then I just failed to build correctly to make it work. I don't know if the Hydra would have done it, but I think that was actually the correct play. And the Hullbreaker just did not get anything done. I thought the magic resist from it would be helpful, but it was not.
Yeah, I do want, while we're talking about the Game 2 draft, I do want to ask about the Warwick, because we did have, on the broadcast desk at least, a couple of questions about one. Was this a planned pick? Were you guys, like, thinking, like, oh yeah, Warwick is really good into these specific champions that they're grabbing, or was this just Adam Suki kind of pulling an ego play, being like, yeah, I can play anything, just having, like, Warwick or something?
Yeah, Adam Suki just wanted to play one game of Warwick in the finals, and so, it wasn't a planned or anything. He just wanted to mess around on Warwick, so... Yeah.
It wasn't bad, honestly. At least in the early game, it wasn't bad at all.
Well, okay, we can't
game,
forget that they didn't buy an item.
Yeah, not starting with the jungle item is definitely going to hurt our perception of the Warwick.
Yeah, how'd that go? How'd that go in the comms, I guess?
Once we realized Adam Suki didn't buy a jungle item, we told him to base and that he was going to be like way too far behind. If he didn't base and buy an item, but he kind of refused to, so he was just like 3 levels down for the rest of the game on Warwick. So I think that was the sleeper agent, Adam Suki Mingo, trying to give Mingos a free win. It's kind of what it was.
All right. So now last season you guys played up against the Mingos in the finals. You unfortunately came on the lesser end on that side. This time you've come back, you've won 3-1, very nice fashion as well. Do you think that, like, coming out of this, if we assume that all the teams are coming back into this full form, are the Mingos, like, your and that you'll be having to defend yourselves against, or do you think that the Reign of Kings or potentially any other team are threatening you, or are you just, like, a cut above, would you say?
I think 100% if Reign of Kings had their full roster and everything that worked out for them, they would have beat the Mingos, and it would have been Lamp versus Reign of Kings in the finals, which is kind of what we were expecting to happen. They just had an unfortunate situation with their roster, with a couple of their players, and I do think that if they come back with a strong roster next season, I think they're almost immediately like the best team again. So, at least
you guys beat them in week 1 of this split, right?
Yeah, we did. So maybe they're the second best team. Back.
Speaking of
that's what I expected to
unfortunate
hear.
roster situations, I did want to ask about playing versus XSI in the mid lane as opposed to playing against Nick Swantek in those first couple of games and having Sleeping Giant step into the jungle. Did you guys have to change your draft plan sort of last minute and really think about how you were going to play it differently into the mid lane, especially with the assassin champs that XI was picking out, like the Fizz, like the Zed?
So yeah, against Nick we banned Vlad because he's really good at that champion and just scales forever and wins. And then we banned Vigar and Action against XI just because he's who was most played. But I definitely felt the pressure. Like I felt a lot of pressure against. Oh, the stream just went down actually.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Mr. RGT, as it were.
Let me see.
Rip.
Huh.
Go trolling?
Weird.
Okay, it looks like it's back up.
Weird.
Maybe.
Didn't say anything on my side, so that's uber weird. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna assume it's back up, and I'm gonna ask probably what is our closing question. I always think of Lampost as being like the core of Lampost is easily obviously the returning players from between these two splits, Leroy, Slappy, and Randy Newman. Is that full core or even all of Lampost planning on returning to defend their title next split? Is everyone taking a break? Are we gonna reform with different players, or what are your plans as of right now that may or may not change?
Well, Zealot is Diamond 3, so he will not be able to play next season.
At least not in Platinum Capped, assuming we have a Diamond Capped anyway.
But yeah, I think there's probably a good chance that we run it back with the main core and maybe Adam if he's down. I think we all get along, and even if after the series we say we don't want to play next season, I bet there's a good chance that we all decide to run it back. But I don't know what Slappy thinks about that.
I'm mostly just whatever. If people want to play, I'll play. If they don't, I won't.
All right. Well, sounds good. Congratulations once again on this victory here over the Wulfpack Mingos. Well fought split in general, as well as these last couple weeks in playoffs. I'm definitely a fan of the way you guys play the game most of the time. Any case, that's going to be it for us, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching. Oh, don't worry, you didn't miss too much of the questions if you're in chat. But anyways, we'll talk to you next time. Thank you all so much for watching, and we hope you enjoyed the split. Anyone else have a sign off, by the way?